Continuing in Baltimore following the bridge collapse from last week. Fox's John Scott with details about that.
Crews in Baltimore working hard this Easter holiday to remove thousands of tons of debris from the collapsed Francis Scott Key Bridge. Dive teams were in the river surveying parts of the bridge. They also checked over the massive cargo ship that rammed into it last week. Meanwhile, crews above the water continue to cut the bridge into pieces for removal. It could take weeks of cleanup to get the Port of Baltimore back open.
President Biden and the First Lady are welcoming thousands of people to the White House today. Fox's Jill Nato has a look at the White House week ahead.
Some 40,000 people are expected for what the White House says will be their biggest Easter egg roll ever today. They'll be coming to the White House grounds in 9 separate groups. Kids of all ages will be able to see costumed characters like Winnie the Pooh and Snoopy. They've got a reading nook, live music, what they're calling a field trip to the farm, a snack time tent, and of course, children rolling eggs along the grass. On Wednesday, the president speaks on lowering health care costs. For Thursday, a reception celebrating Greek Independence Day. And on Friday, the president heads to his home state of Delaware for the weekend.
Convicted killer Alec Murdaugh preparing to be sentenced for multiple financial crimes this week. Fox's Madison Scarpino reports.
These 22 charges are for federal financial crimes, and now prosecutors want out of a plea deal that they say Murdaugh violated. The deal would have let him serve his federal sentence at the same time as his 27-year state sentence for similar crimes. But prosecutors say a lie detector test showed Murdaugh wasn't telling the truth about what happened to $6 million of the money he stole from clients and his law firm, and whether a fellow attorney helped him steal it. The polygraph was a crucial part of the plea deal.
And the 11th annual iHeartRadio Music Awards are being handed out tonight in Los Angeles. We have a preview from Fox's Tanya J. Powers.
Taylor Swift leads the iHeartRadio Music Award nominations with 9, including Artist of the Year and Song of the Year, followed by Jelly Roll, SZA, and 21 Savage, who have 8, and Olivia Rodrigo with 7.
Whatever, it's fine.
Ludacris is taking on double duty as both show host and performer. Cher will be honored with the Icon Award, while Beyoncé will receive the Innovator Award. She's up for 5 awards, including R&B Artist of the Year. The iHeart Music Awards air live at 8 o'clock Eastern tonight on Fox. You can hear them on iHeart radio stations across the U.S. and streaming on the iHeartRadio app.
I'm Sue Guzman on the Fox News Rundown.
This is the Fox News Rundown. Wake up with Kayal and Company. Mornings 6 till 10. Talk Radio 1210. Kayal and Company weekday mornings 6 till 10.
Mike, good morning. How are you?
Joe Biden's an older man. He's, 80, 81, but he does his job.
Let me ask you, so you said a thriving economy.
Laws.
How much does it cost to fill up your car?
Good.
What does it cost to heat and cool your home these days? What makes Joe so good? How's the border look, Mike?
Border situation is horrible.
Is that Trump's fault or Biden's fault?
Neither's fault.
It's Joe Biden's fault. Joe Biden's vice president has been to the border as many times as I've been to Neptune. But thank you for the call, Mike.
Start your day with Kayal and Company. Weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Extraordinary awaits when you open up yourself to a world of possibilities with the 150-year-old Herradura Tequila. Made with unmatched care and aged to perfection, Herradura Tequila has the sophisticated taste to make any moment extraordinary. Herradura Tequila, available at your local PA Fine Wine and Good Spirits store. Please enjoy Herradura Tequila responsibly. Alcohol 40% by volume, 80 proof. Herradura Tequila, imported by Brown-Forman, Louisville, Kentucky.
How many more times will you risk that slippery climb in and out of your bathtub? Instead, try a smart and beautiful idea. Convert that ugly old tub into a gorgeous new shower. The jacuzzi shower system from PJ Fitzpatrick features a walk-in entry that means no more climbing over the tub. The jacuzzi shower is luxurious, surprisingly affordable, and installs in just 1 day. Don't trust us. Trust PJ Fitzpatrick and their thousands of 5-star reviews. That's big news. So visit trustpj.com for your free design consultation.
Jim Cipriotti at Retire Ready Financial Group doesn't need Google to know you're worried about retirement. Between inflation, rising taxes, and the uncertainty about Social Security, he understands. That's why he offers a complimentary retirement second opinion. It's a no-obligation meeting for you to talk about your concerns about retirement. You want to know if you're going to be okay? Let's find out. 610-894-7415 or go online, retirereadyfg.com.
Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, NPN number 2083768.
Hey, Dawn Stensland here. You've heard me talk about Chapman Windows, Doors, and Siding, how much I love my new patio doors. You know by now, if I needed windows, doors, or siding, I'd only trust the Chapman team. If you're thinking of updating your current siding or removing your current stucco and replacing it with siding, think Chapman. With the new updated siding choices available, the curb appeal of your home will pop. If you currently have stucco, updating it with James Hardy plank or vinyl siding will truly add value to your home. If you're looking to sell, you can bet buyers will value updated new siding. And right now would be a good time to get ahead of the ball and plan your siding project for 2024. The certified Chapman installers are the folks you want on the job. If you or someone you know are looking for windows, doors, siding, stucco remediation, shutters, or hardware, give them a call or text them 610-431-8898, ChapmanWindowsDoors.com. Chapman, the name I trust. Tell them Dawn sent you.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6986. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. There is zero risk to you. If we can't reduce your tax debt, then you pay nothing. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have a 5-star rating on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6986. That's 800-575-6986. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Urgent Camp Lejeune settlement message. The government will soon begin providing fast, guaranteed settlements to Camp Lejeune Marines, families, and civilians. Awards will range between $100,000 and $550,000 with an option for higher amounts. If you or a loved one spent time at Camp Lejeune and suffered cancers of the bladder, liver or kidneys, leukemia, non-Hodgkin's lymphoma, Parkinson's, or kidney issues, you may be entitled to a significant financial reward for your Camp Lejeune claim and could be paid within 60 days after accepting your settlement with your VA benefits fully protected. But the deadline for filing is fast approaching, so you need to act now. Call the James Harris Law Camp Lejeune helpline now to get the compensation you deserve. We're already fighting for thousands harmed by the water at Camp Lejeune, and with the deadline coming, you need to call now or you may forever lose your right to a settlement between $100,000 and $550,000. For your free evaluation, call 800-885-2828. 800-885-2828. 800-885-2828.
Don't let them silence you. Follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Now, the latest from Fox Business.
I'm Maria Bartiromo, and this is the Fox Business Report.
The market's open for trading later this morning after being closed for Good Friday. That after the Dow and the S&P 500 set new record closes on Thursday as the markets finished up for both the month and the quarter. The Dow has set 17 record closes so far this year. The S&P 500, 22 record closes thus far in 2024. That index up 10.2% in the first 3 months of the year. Tesla will raise its Model Y price by $1,000 in the U.S. today. In California, minimum wage for fast food workers goes up to $20 an hour today. In St. Paul, a voter-approved 1% sales tax increase takes effect. The city estimates the tax will generate nearly $1 billion over the next 2 decades. The mayor wants to use the money for infrastructure, job creation, and home ownership. That's your Fox Business Report. I'm Kevin Uretsky. Invested in you.
This is the Fox News Rundown.
A wave is coming. Not red or blue, but silver, as a record number of Americans hit retirement age. More than 4 million baby boomers turning 65 this year, with similar numbers expected through 2027, in a report from the Alliance for Lifetime Income. Though not everyone retires at 65, some may need or want to work longer or hope to finish sooner.
I think that's a little too long, especially when you start working at such a young age.
I think that most, if not many, haven't adequately saved and prepared for it.
Which brings us to Social Security, the safety net sending checks to more than 60 million Americans, most of them retired workers. But under current projections, benefit reductions could begin by 2034 if nothing changes.
The president doesn't have a plan. He has principles.
Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen says President Biden wants to work with Congress on ways to extend solvency. He accuses Republicans of wanting to cut Social Security and Medicare.
If the president wishes to work with Congress, why does he continually demagogue Republicans on anything that doesn't exactly line up to what apparently suits his reelection?
Louisiana Republican Senator Bill Cassidy pushing back at a recent Finance Committee hearing. The debate about entitlement programs is not new, but it may get some added pressure from the silver surge, which can have a variety of economic impacts, especially when younger generations aren't having as many babies.
I just literally turned 64 a couple of weeks ago, so I'm a boomer, one of the last boomers. So this means, that the entire baby boom generation is now in retirement age.
Heritage Foundation economist Stephen Moore is also an economic advisor to the Trump campaign.
You're talking about the biggest cohort in history. So that's a lot of people that will be in retirement. Now, what we've seen in recent trends is that people are starting to retire at an earlier age. And that one implication of this in terms of the financial situation is we'll have a lot more people on Social Security, a lot more people on Medicare, and fewer people paying into the system. So that's going to cause some real financial stress.
Yeah, that was actually my very next question. How much of a strain does that put on the system? Maybe we do each one of these separately. Let's start with Social Security. Sure. I mean, obviously, do we even have enough younger workers coming in as a country to replace the older ones who are retiring, just in terms of Social Security?
Well, I've been talking about this issue for 30 years now, and we knew that this Titanic was headed to this iceberg. It was predictable that the baby boomers were going to retire and that we would have a problem with not enough young people to support the older people, especially given, by the way, that life expectancy is higher now than it's ever been. And many people my age will live into their 80s, 90s, maybe even to 100 years old. So that's a lot of years that they'll be collecting government benefits. Shame on Congress and shame on Washington for not doing something about this until we're on the verge of a crisis. There's going to have to be some way to increase the number of people in the labor force, or perhaps encourage people to retire at a later stage in their life. And by the way, just as a point of view of health, the percentages are pretty clear that people who work longer in their life actually live longer. So early retirement is not necessarily a good thing for your health if you want longevity. So there's many steps that we can take to deal with this Social Security issue, one of which is to increase immigration. Now I'm talking about legal immigration, people who come in the legal channels, because they tend to come in when they're young, and they come in when they're of working age. So we have what I call a demographic safety valve that we can bring in, younger people. Most other countries don't have that option. We're one of the few countries in the world where people want to immigrate to.
What about the impact on Medicare, which is something that also cost the government, money in essence? I mean, 65 is the age when you're supposed to start enrolling, right? I didn't even realize there was a late penalty.
So Medicare has two problems. Okay, so one of the problems is just the same one that we're talking about, that we just have fewer young people supporting the system as a percentage of the population. But the other problem is that healthcare costs are exploding. So, the idea that we solve this problem with the so-called Affordable Care Act, that didn't happen. In fact, healthcare is expensive now as ever before. And so you've got a dual problem: exploding costs of healthcare and a lot more people getting health care. And I don't see any way out. I think we are going to reform we're going to have to reform the Medicare program. We're going to have to find ways to eliminate the waste and the fraud. Hundreds of billions of dollars are stolen from the Medicare system, and fraudsters take advantage of the program. And you've got, oftentimes insurance companies are defrauding the system, and so are, in some cases, hospitals and doctors. So that would be a good way to start by, reducing the amount of red ink these programs are facing in the years and decades to come.
What about the overall infrastructure of the healthcare system? Are we ready for this, older population, so many people coming into that, over 65 age bracket and potentially living for another 20 years? Can we support that in terms of just having the facilities necessary?
Of hospitals, right. Well, now is not a bad time to go into the nursing home business because, we're going to need a lot more hospitals. We're going to need a lot more, nursing home beds. And as people live longer, they're also living more in assisted care facilities. If you turn on Fox News or the radio, or you hear a lot of advertisements for, assisted living centers because there's so many people in their 70s and 80s that are entering those kind of facilities. So I think we can probably start building those now to make sure that we have enough space for all of the people, in my generation that are getting older.
And people living longer in general is a big deal financially, not just for them, but, for the rest of their families too, for their kids and their families. How should they be planning for that potentially?
Well, there's this new problem that a lot of middle-aged people are facing, that they have to take care of their kids and their parents. And so that is a financial stress for people in their 30s and 40s and 50s right now. So this is the consequence of having a declining birth rate. And I'll just say this, if you think we've got problems, almost every other advanced country has bigger problems than we do because their birth rates have fallen a lot more. And the irony of this whole system is that, when I was growing up in the 1960s, everybody was talking about the population bomb and that everybody, we had to stop having kids because, the planet couldn't sustain all people on the planet. And now we have the exact problem in almost every country where there are not enough kids to support the system. And so one solution, it's going to take a while for this solution to work, is for young people to have more children.
How are baby boomers faring economically compared to past generations? I mean, do they have more money saved, for instance?
Yeah, this is going to be one of the wealthiest generations ever. And so, because if you think about it, there's tens and tens of trillions of dollars of assets over the next 30 years that are going to pass from one generation to the next. Now, some of those are the ones that are younger than the baby boomers, but we do have incredible wealth in this country. We have financial wealth and also material and natural resource wealth. So we can handle this problem. There's no doubt. I mean, it's not like we're going to go broke as a country, but the government has to come up with some solutions to be able to pay its bills. And what's kind of scary right now is that we're already running $1.5 to $2 trillion deficits already. And these systems that we're talking about, Medicare and Social Security, aren't even in the red yet. Now they're going to be very soon. And so we better figure out how we can cut expenditures or grow the economy to deal with this ticking time bomb of an older population.
What about housing? And I ask that in part because there's already an issue with existing homeowners not selling homes because they don't want to lose the lower interest rates that they have locked in right now. What about this new wave of retirees if they do or don't, decide to sell their homes?
Well, first of all, it's pretty clear where the retirees are going to go, right? They're going to Florida, they're going to the Carolinas, they're going to Arizona, in states like that. So you're going to see a huge increase and we've already been seeing that over the last decade or two, but it's going to accelerate as we see more and more people move to, warmer retirement areas. So just in terms of where the population of the country is going to change a lot. And that's why, try to buy a house now in Florida. I mean, the prices are just through the roof because everybody, as they retire, wants to move there. Same thing with states like Arizona. So I think it's going to really change the dynamics of where Americans live, and the population centers are going to be places like, West Palm Beach and Tampa and Phoenix and Tempe and places like that, because retirees like to live in warmer weather places. So that's going to be one of the real changes that's coming. It's already started, but it's going to come even more so over the next 10 or 15 years.
In a lot of ways, 65 is not what it used to be. It's
not.
Definitely a much younger age, you could say, than it used to be. Could we see an economic boon in certain areas, in certain industries, for example?
Well, you may raise a really important point. Not only are Americans living longer, but more importantly, we're living healthier at every age. So, as I said, I just turned 64. What's the saying? 64 is the new 44. So, that's a good thing that Americans will be healthy, and so that means that maybe we'll not have so many medical problems but eventually, we all get old and we all die. So, but it's amazing. I mean, if you go to some of these retirement communities, you see 80 and 85-year-olds out playing pickleball and doing yoga. And so that's really important that people try to retain and maintain their health. And the medical procedures are so much better. We can keep people alive longer. And those are all positive things.
Stephen Moore, Heritage Foundation economist, also economic advisor to the Trump campaign. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
Free speech lives here. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
If we've learned anything from the headlines, it's that unexpected things happen too often. Those in charge say everything's fine. Stop noticing. But you know better, and your gut knows that time is short to prepare for what's around the corner next. My Patriot Supply has helped over 2 million families become more self-reliant and is the company Americans trust to prepare. Go to MyPatriotSupply.com and secure their best-selling 3-month emergency food kits. Each contains tasty breakfasts, lunches, and dinners, averaging over 2,000 calories per day. Get at least one food kit for each family member. For a limited time, save $200 plus get free shipping on all their Ready Hour 3-month emergency food kits. You're not ready if it's not Ready Hour foods. At My Patriot Supply, you can also get solar-powered generators, water filtration units, emergency medical supplies, and heirloom seeds. Shop MyPatriotSupply.com today. MyPatriotSupply.com.
If spring allergies keep you trapped inside, then you need Navage Nasal Care to keep you breathing clearly and enjoying all the beauties of spring. Navage helps clear nasal passages that are often clogged because of seasonal allergies. Navage gently flushes a pure, refreshing saline solution through your nasal passages to clear out congestion, sucking out that springtime pollen and other irritants trapped in your nose. Navage is available online at Navage.com or in stores at Walmart, Walgreens, CVS, Rite Aid, and Target. Navage, Navage.
The Angie's List you know and trust is now Angie, and we're so much more than just a list. We still connect you with top local pros and show you ratings and reviews, but now we also let you compare upfront prices on hundreds of projects and book a service instantly. We can even handle the rest of your project from start to finish. So remember, Angie's List is now Angie, and we're here to get your job done right. Get started at Angie.com. That's ANGI, or download the app today.
As America's largest injury firm, we have advantages few others do. Our results and reputation are well known to the other side, and we have a track record of going toe-to-toe with them and winning big. But what does that mean for you? What does that mean for your case? I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. One of the things we're most proud about is that we set up our firm so that your case gets lots of attention from a lot of people. Our technology and army of lawyers give us insight and oversight into every detail and every moment of your case. Paralegals, legal assistants, investigators, buildings with boxes of evidence, every resource carefully designed to get you the most possible. And at Morgan & Morgan, we even have a dedicated team to make sure that your calls are returned that very same day. Injured? Dial pound law. That's pound 529. All firms are not the same. The choice is easy. Morgan & Morgan. America's largest injury law firm. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Today, everyone is trying to eat healthier and eat more fresh foods. Well, that also goes for your four-legged friends. Hi, I'm George Parenti, the lead dog at the Dogs and Cats Rule stores. If you are not aware of the new generation of fresh food diets available for your four-legged friends, then you are missing out. At Dogs and Cats Rule, we carry a wide-ranging selection of fresh foods that includes raw, gently cooked, freeze-dried, air-dried, and baked. To learn more, visit any of our 7 locations. Dogs and Cats Rule. Shop small, shop local, shop family.
Now there's a simple, easy, and effective way to clean your nose and protect your health. It's called Navage. Navage. Available at Navage.com.
What if being in recovery from a mental or substance use disorder was something we proudly showed the world? Millions of people are in recovery, sharing hope and support with family, friends, and community. Join the Voices for Recovery. For confidential information for mental and substance use disorders, call 1-800-662-HELP. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
Fox News, I'm Sue Guzman. Engineers beginning the removal of bridge debris Sunday from the collapsed Key Bridge in Baltimore that needs to be lifted from the water before they could retrieve the remains of several missing workers.
Dive teams were in the river surveying parts of the bridge. They also checked over the massive cargo ship that rammed into it last week. Meanwhile, crews above the water continue to cut the bridge into pieces for removal.
Fox's John Scott. Another massive caravan of migrants making its way through southern Mexico to the U.S. southern border. Fox's Casey Scott.
Sources say they will not all head to the same spot. Rather, it'll be broken up into smaller groups strategically by the cartels and sent to several different locations.
And the military says forces have destroyed 2 unmanned Houthi drones in the Red Sea. America's listening to Fox News.
This is the Fox News Rundown. Now a look at sports.
The men's Final Four is set. On Sunday, Midwest Region top seed Purdue got a career-high 40 points from center Zach Edey to beat second-seeded Tennessee 72-66. It's the Boilermakers' first Final Four since 1980. Also Sunday, North Carolina State, an 11-seed, beat Duke 76-64. The Wolfpack will play Purdue next Saturday. The other national semifinal, defending champion Connecticut and Alabama, the first Final Four ever for the Crimson Tide. On the women's side, South Carolina advanced to its 4th straight Final Four, and the North Carolina State women matched the men, beating Texas to advance. That's sports on the Fox News Rundown. I'm Kevin Uretsky, Fox News.
Now an update from Outkick's Hot Mic.
The gambling scandal through baseball. I'm just comparing the sports here. It's hard not to. This is exactly why the NFL and Roger Goodell issuing that statement the week of the Super Bowl. We want to avoid the appearance of improper conduct regarding gambling. And so all while sports books are paying the NFL and its owners a combined $2.3 billion annually, they give off this perception that they're all about the integrity of the sport because they were suspending players. They had the sports books reporting back to them for anything that even came close to something that should be flagged. The NFL has suspended players, and they have their policy in place. And while Major League Baseball is sitting back and they're observing and they say not currently investigating, then immediately they're going to, they also have to give off this perception that they're going to treat this like they would any other player. Honestly, they have to treat this like they would treat Pete Rose.
From Outkick.com, I'm Jonathan Hutton for the Fox News Rundown.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute. A key core inflation indicator released on Good Friday showed that it was not moving quickly enough downward to inspire interest rate cuts by the Fed very soon, but it did little to alter views the Fed will cut rates this year. The inflation gauge moved up 2.8% from the year before, still above the Fed's 2% target. Fed Chair Jerome Powell told Bloomberg Friday the central bank's preferred gauge of inflation was pretty much in line with their expectations. Gold is at a record high. Higher geopolitical tensions in Ukraine and the Middle East especially, and a recent demand for gold in China have contributed to the price of gold jumping by 14% since the middle of February. The S&P 500 has seen its best start to a year since 2019, the index gaining 10% over the first quarter, which ended Thursday with a mixed session. The Dow and the S&P both gained 0.1%, while the Nasdaq fell 0.1%. Stock futures all point higher this morning. I'm Scott Carr, Bloomberg Radio.
Take me out to...
kids game, we have to go.
Take me out to the...
Honey, please, just grab the cooler and his bat relief.
Root for the all-new Chevy lineup of SUVs at Hester Chevrolet. Big enough for the family and all the stuff this baseball season. Hester Chevy is your local home team with the largest availability of new Chevrolets in Philadelphia, plus the largest selection of Silverados and Trax. No dealer will beat their price. More at HesterChevy.com. See dealer for details.
No way or no way at Hester Chevrolet.
Getting quality employees to fill positions in your company is essential, but finding those people can be a major hassle unless you use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter makes finding quality people a breeze. ZipRecruiter's advanced technology identifies candidates with the right skills, sends you great matches, then you can easily invite them to apply. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. See for yourself. Go to ZipRecruiter.com/free to try ZipRecruiter for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
When you're high, you feel different. You think different, you talk different, you draw different, you listen to music different, but you probably knew that. Problem is, you also drive different, and not in a good way. That's why driving high is illegal everywhere. So if you're high, just don't drive. Make a plan to get a sober ride. Because if you feel different, you drive different. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Without the ones like you, who work tirelessly to keep things running, everything would suddenly stop. Hospitals, factories, schools, and power plants, they all depend on you. No matter the weather, emergency, or time of day, you're the ones who get it done. At Grainger, we're here for you with professional-grade industrial supplies. Count on real-time product availability and fast delivery. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Youngsters are sure to smile on Sunday, April 14th when the Phils host the Pirates at 1:35 for Cavity Busters Kids Opening Day. And kids 14 and under receive a sleeveless hoodie. Order tickets now at Phillies.com. It's a Pennsylvania showdown when the Pirates come to town on Thursday, April 11th and Friday, April 12th, both at 6:40, Saturday, April 13th at 4:05, and Sunday, April 14th at 1:35. Order tickets now at Phillies.com.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6986. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. There is zero risk to you. If we can't reduce your tax debt, then you pay nothing. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have a 5-star rating on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6986. That's 800-575-6986. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Hi, I'm Martha Stewart. Every year, more than 4 million pets enter shelters here in the United States. Many of these animals are rescued from desolate conditions. My friends at American Humane have been helping animals for more than 140 years. They help ensure that pets have a safe, warm shelter during times of need, especially during natural disasters. But pets need forever homes too. Adopting a shelter pet enriches the lives of one's family and allows shelters to help more animals awaiting care. Consider adopting today and take some time to learn more about American Humane's other work, including their efforts to rescue animals in need, certify the humane treatment of farm animals, help ensure the safety of animals on the silver screen, and protect our planet's amazing endangered species at AmericanHumane.org.
Getting quality employees to fill positions in your company is essential, but finding those people can be a major hassle, unless you use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter makes finding quality people a breeze. And right now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. With ZipRecruiter, one click sends your job to hundreds of top job sites. But more than that, ZipRecruiter's advanced technology identifies the candidates with the skills you need, sends you a list of great matches to review, then actively invites them to apply for your job. And the results speak for themselves. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. That's right, the first day. Now you can focus on your business and let ZipRecruiter do the work finding the best people for you. See for yourself. Experience the ease, efficiency, and power of ZipRecruiter for free. Just go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Live and local from Philadelphia. Free speech lives here. It's Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
And away we go, live on this Monday, April 1st. It is indeed Kayal and Company right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. We are always live on the free Odyssey app and, of course, streaming live for your video viewing pleasure on YouTube as we head until 10 o'clock this morning. 855-839-1210, the phone number. On social media at 1210 WPHT. I am at Nick Kayal, Kayal. Dawn Stenzelin with the news. Greg Stocker, the chairman of the board. Phil Almquist, Anthony Dorenzo, our associate producers. Hopefully all of you had a great Easter weekend. Dawn, good morning. How are you?
Good morning. Had a great Easter weekend. Happy April 1st.
Yes, April Fool's Day.
Yes.
Gregory, how are you, sir?
And just like that, the 3 worst months are over. January, February, March.
It's always about getting to April for me in many
really
regards.
It really is. Even though the weather in April is a little...
Still stinks.
Yeah. Yeah, this week it's going to rain every day. And it's going to be cold. But
Yep.
We're getting closer. The grass is getting greener. Like, I'm just...
Getting
yesterday, at least the first part of the day yesterday was nice.
I know. I'll take it.
Yeah.
My visibility was off in the second half of the day as the clouds rolled in, so I really wasn't able to observe Transgender Day of Visibility with the tenacity that I was hoping to, but I observed it. We'll get to that nonsense coming up in just a little bit. We got a lot of good stuff to get to today. What actually happened and transpired at Jonathan Diller's funeral. Also, a week from today, a solar eclipse comes rolling through the Delaware Valley. What are Philadelphia schools and South Jersey schools planning to do about that? We'll get to that coming up a little bit. And also, it was expected to be a hit piece from the Washington Post. I think it was more like a swing and a miss. We'll get to that this morning as well. Cut sheet and so much more. But let's get to the news right out of the gate. Round number 1 at 6:04. The great Dawn Stenzelin.
Yes, and good morning on what is to be a rainy day. Rain moving in this Monday morning. Happy April 1st. We are sponsored this morning by American Heritage Credit Union. In the news, state police reporting at least 67 people were arrested. This after a group of protesters with the Party for Socialism and Liberation were blocking a portion of Interstate I-676, the Vine Street Expressway, over the weekend. Police say it happened on the eastbound side of the highway between Broad and 8th Streets, and that's according to the Pennsylvania Department of Transportation. So that one happening over the weekend. We had a lot going on over what should have been a sleepy Easter weekend, but police investigating after a swastika was found spray painted on a sign at Temple Beth Hillel Beth El in Wynwood, Montgomery County, right there on the main line. So the rabbi there saying the vandals defaced their sign, which usually reads, "Our community stands with Israel," and that was with anti-Semitic graffiti. It happened overnight Saturday into Sunday morning, and members seeing that hateful vandalism when they arrived at the synagogue for Sunday morning prayer.
Anti-Semitism doesn't take any days off, I guess, huh? Not even for holiday weekends.
Yeah.
Great.
Yeah, well, I think that this was Jake Tapper's. Jake Tapper of CNN, not that it has anything to do with him, but that was his family's, his home Temple. Not that I think it's an attack on him
Sure.
per se,
Right.
but I saw that was part of the reason it was making national news.
Right. Well, not watching his show is a big enough attack on him. That's all you have to do.
So they're cleaning it up. They're investigating, looking at area surveillance camera. That's an important one as well. So we have that going on. I know that we'll talk about this, the fact that, in fact, there is a lot of outrage on social media as the Biden administration has declared a solemn Christian holiday, Transgender Day of Visibility. Reportedly, the White House, the Biden administration, banning religious symbols, not the Easter Bunny, but religious symbols in the Easter egg art contest. So a lot of people, Jews and Christians, speaking out about that, about our Judeo-Christian society under attack.
I saw, when that came out on Saturday and that carried well through yesterday as well, my God, the reaction was just unbelievable how many people were tweeting about that. I was like, I'm just going to save all my thoughts for Monday morning. But that was like the number one thing I kept seeing every time I opened up my X account over the last 2 days.
Yeah, it's so true. You really did see it everywhere. I will say in Philadelphia, although the trans flag was flying starting last Thursday, I believe, the Trans Day festivities that were supposed to have gone on Sunday, they were postponed.
Mm-hmm.
So we did not have here in Philadelphia at City Hall, maybe because everybody had the day off.
Right.
The Parker administration was at church, etc., so they didn't have anybody to man or woman that, etc. I don't know. We didn't really get an explanation.
Wait, I've done some math. I did some math yesterday, looking at the population of America and how many people make up the LGBTQ community, and then the trans section in general within that community. Wait till you see how many days I have for you that celebrate the LGBTQ plus community based on the amount of people in this country. I've never seen a community more celebrated and represented in the history of the United States. It's going to blow your head. It's going to blow your mind.
Come on, Nick. It's a vast majority of Americans.
Wait till you hear this math coming up later today.
So we've got that going on. The Phillies wasn't the best performance. Bryce Harper.
It wasn't the best performance.
But we did win. We did win. We won. We won.
I'll tell you,
we got that going for us.
I almost threw up Saturday when he flew over the dugout at first base for that foul ball.
Yeah.
Oh, did you? I was watching it live. Did you hear the thud of his body on the concrete?
Yeah, it did not look good.
I'm like, there's a part of me that says, look, play hard all the time. But there's another part of me, I was like, it's game 2 of 162. I can't afford to lose you.
I know.
Don't die.
They smartly kept him out of the game yesterday, but
They said it was a scheduled day off.
Game 3?
Game 3 is unbelievable.
That was what was reported. But you're only as good as your last performance.
Yeah.
So we are the victors.
I'm going to have a scheduled
5-4
day off
victory.
this week on Wednesday because I only work 2 days this week, so I'll take a third day off.
I have nothing to say about that. I don't know what they can't release, what it was HR wise, but it's a scheduled day off.
Yeah,
so,
this is another reason why they got to shorten preseason baseball. We don't need 6 weeks of exhibition baseball.
Yeah.
To get a day off after the third day?
Yeah.
It's atrocious.
Especially after
Much
you
deserved.
lose 2 games in historic fashion.
Yeah. Can we ever get off to a good start with this team? Honestly, I feel like every year for the last 3 years, it's like slow April. They're going to be looking up. They'll be like 3 games below 500.
The best thing about the Phillies right now is Rhys Hoskins playing for the Brewers and just destroying the Mets.
Stop.
Oh, did the Mets get hammered this weekend?
Yeah, and they had all kinds of controversy because he just lit up the Mets.
Good.
And one of the Mets pitchers ended up throwing at him.
Yeah.
And got ejected.
Yeah, all my buddies from Odyssey and Atlanta were texting me, how your Phillies doing this weekend, pal? Like, dude, is it April or is it October?
Yeah, why
Relax.
do people have to do that?
I know.
The rain is coming, 49 degrees right now, but it'll start to get pretty heavy around the 7 a.m. hour and then it'll increase from there. So I'm looking at the hourly here. It's just not a party day, fellas. We got the high today of 53 degrees, but the steady rain, as I say, begins in less than an hour. Showers continuing through the afternoon, and then really a raw, rainy week continuing. This is today, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. So we're tomorrow and Wednesday, 48, 49 degrees. Thursday, we pop up to 51, but still raw and rainy until Friday. Finally, the sun comes out for the weekend. So Friday, 49 sunny. Saturday, 53 sunny, 60 degrees and sunny for your Sunday. So at least we have an opposite effect with at least the sunshine we can look forward to Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Sorry, that's the best I can do.
Well, Phillies play at 6:40 tonight. I'm guessing that might get washed out, huh?
Yeah, it's going to be raw, rainy, and pretty ugly.
Great.
We've got American Heritage Credit Union, though. Unlock financial freedom with American Heritage Credit Union. Secure your future with a 13-month IRA certificate, 5% annual percentage yield, or enjoy flexibility with a 10-month 5% APY. Visit AmericanHeritageCU.org. Join today. So thank you, American Heritage Credit Union, for sponsoring Kayal and Company News Live.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. 6:12 on this Monday morning. Let's kick off another week with another Big Take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
And the Big Take is brought to you by Holland Floor Covering. The Big Take, the trans troll game. It was an incredibly tone-deaf week for the Biden administration last week. Joe Biden was in New York City for a fundraising gala and couldn't even attend the wake for slain NYPD officer Jonathan Diller. And Democrats that did show up were met with resistance, such as New York Governor Kathy Hochul. See, the Democrats love a good photo op. It's like when Joe goes down to the border, shows up for 15 minutes, takes a few pictures and says, aha, I was there. But thankfully, the surviving family members asked Kathy Hochul and other officials this past weekend in New York to leave. But the Biden administration figured they would double down on their unbelievably oblivious strategy on Saturday as they came out and said that yesterday, Easter Sunday, March 31st, 2024, would be, quote, Transgender Day of Visibility. At this point, it's no longer tone deaf. In my opinion, this is all by design. It's a trolling of Christians on a major religious holiday, and it's done so that you will speak out and so they can label you as transphobic to further push an agenda of fear, hatred, and division that primarily doesn't exist. For those of you tracking at home, you also have June, which is Pride Month, an entire month dedicated to the LGBTQ plus community. But in total, did you know that there are 145 days on the calendar that celebrate some form or fashion of the LGBTQ plus lifestyle? 145 days. There's only 365 in the year on the calendar. And what exactly is Trans Visibility Day? I would argue you have plenty of visibility. We see you marching in protests. Absolutely, you're right. We've seen you invade biological female sports. You know how that gets under my skin. We've seen and heard you on TikTok, on the cut sheet. We've seen you in ladies' locker rooms, Planet Fitness, prime example. Body mutilation, government buildings, on and on and on. You are seen and you are heard. The Biden administration releasing this press release from the big guy on Saturday, quote, now therefore I, Joseph R. Biden Jr., President of the United States of America, by virtue of the authority vested in me by the Constitution and the laws of the United States, do hereby proclaim March 31st, 2024 as Transgender Day of Visibility. I call upon all Americans to join us in lifting up the lives and voices of transgender people throughout our nation and to work toward eliminating violence and discrimination based on gender identity, end quote. Biden also went on to ban religious-themed Easter egg designs at the Easter egg roll event. The White House banning children from submitting Easter egg designs that include, quote, questionable content, excuse me, religious symbols, overtly religious themes, and partisan political statements. Joe Biden, devout Catholic. Never forget that, folks. And how could you forget this? Remember last year, Easter 2023, and also Pride Month, June 2023? Listen and watch last year's circus sideshow. There you have Gritty, the Flyers mascot, twerking with multiple Easter bunnies on the left, and on the right-hand side of your screen, if you're watching on YouTube, topless trans women and men showing off their breasts on the lawn of the White House. It's just unbelievable. And I was told that the adults were back in charge at 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue. You have to love the decorum of this administration. However, the Trump administration wasn't going to allow this to happen without issuing their own statement, saying, quote, "It is appalling and insulting that Joe Biden's White House prohibited children from submitting religious egg designs for their Easter art event and formally proclaimed Easter Sunday as Trans Day of Visibility." Sadly, these are just two more examples of the Biden administration's years-long assault on the Christian faith. We call on Joe Biden's failing campaign and White House to issue an apology to the millions of Catholics and Christians across America who believe tomorrow is for one celebration only, the resurrection of Jesus Christ, end quote. So Joe has time to infuriate millions of Americans on Easter weekend, but doesn't have the time in his schedule on his calendar to pay his respects to one of New York's finest. Well, Donald Trump did. Here is 45 talking with Brian Kilmeade of Fox News on Friday. Listen and watch this.
They wanted me to be there, and I wanted to be there, and I came in from Florida. And what a family, the Diller family. And they lost a hero, really. I mean, just a hero. They're devastated. The family is devastated. The police force is devastated. The whole country feels this way. And it's happening more and more, and it's really a lack of respect for law and order, and we have to have law and order back in our country, and we're going to, because this can't happen. This was a brutal murder.
Not only is he a police officer in the prime of his life cut down, this guy had 70 collars in 3 years. He loved doing the job, and this is a blue blood family.
Sure, blue blood and top of his class, and everything perfect, a beautiful record of doing his job properly and fairly. And this is what happens. It's just so horrible. Jonathan was, they say, walking the top. He was the top in every respect, top of his class.
You saw over the last 72 hours the stark contrast between two administrations. For Donald Trump, it's about Easter and law and order and paying respect to police. For Joe Biden and his administration, it's about fundraisers, galas with celebrities, and Trans Visibility Day on an Easter Sunday. The contrast between the two administrations couldn't be more clear, and hopefully these differences will resonate with millions of Americans. And the ultimate Day of Atonement will be on November 5th, 2024. In the meantime, make sure that the trans community remains visible at all times. Less than 9% of society is LGBTQ+, and within that 9%, only 1% to 2% are trans, yet their days are celebrated on 40% of your calendar days, 145 out of the 365 calendar days. So remember, remain visible at all times, because we wouldn't want anyone to get in their feelings about not being seen or heard. And that's the big take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
All right, Big Take this morning brought to you by Holland Floor Covering. Holland Floor Covering, the region's premier flooring dealer. Family operated for over 50 years, providing exceptional service and professional installation. Visit their showrooms in Wayne and Newtown. No charge samples, no obligation estimates. Learn more at hollandfloor.com. If you want to jump in, you can certainly do so. 855-839-1210. On social media at 1210 WPHT. And, of course, in the YouTube chat, it's the Kayal and Company comment community. Just go to youtube.com/@1210 WPHT and hit the like and subscribe buttons. We'll get to more of this on the other side and what exactly happened in New York for the wake and the funeral of fallen Officer Jonathan Diller. We'll get to the facts and the details on the other side as we continue. Kayal and Company on a Monday morning. Nick, Dawn, and Greg back after this on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
The sports calendar is loaded this week, and FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, is making it even more exciting to get in on the action. Looking, if the game is played tonight with your Philadelphia Phillies, they are -1.5 against the Cincinnati Reds. Looking ahead to Saturday, the men's college basketball tournament, NC State at Purdue. Purdue is -9.5, and then Alabama at UConn. Alabama plus 11.5. Those are my picks for this weekend. Right now, new customers can get $200 in bonus bets with any winning $5 bet. That's $200 you can use to bet the tournament. MLB, NBA, NHL, and so much more. Go to FanDuel.com/Greg, FanDuel.com/Greg, and make your first bet a big win. FanDuel Sportsbook, the official partner of 1210 WPHT. FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook, 21 and over, President PA. First online, real money wager only, $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hey, Joe DeCamera here. Isn't it time to invest in yourself? Well, how about this? Start a PI Dental Center with decades of experience in complex dental treatment, and I've been a patient of PI Dental for 20 years. Dr. Glenn Wolfinger and Dr. Robert Slough, they're board-certified prosthodontists. They specialize in the restoration and replacement of teeth, and PI Dental Center are the originators of the teeth in a day. It's a revolutionary treatment that delivers fixed teeth and implants placed for a dramatic transformation in a mere 1 day. So visit PIDentalCenter.com. That's PIDentalCenter.com to request your new patient evaluation.
Lexus of Cherry Hill, a 6-time J.D. Power dealer of excellence for customer service. Why would you buy your Lexus from anyone else? The 2024 Lexus models are here and moving fast, and the 2024 Lexus GX will be arriving soon. Tony LaBelle and his team at Lexus of Cherry Hill are your source for the Lexus of your dreams. Over 300 new and pre-owned vehicles are in stock and ready to roll. Face it, you deserve this Lexus, and you deserve award-winning customer service. Start your journey at LexusofCherryHill.com.
Headquartered here, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT takes you inside the businesses powering Philly.
Crash Proof Retirement is empowering the investing landscape, becoming the first firm in history to record and store all financial meetings. This unprecedented initiative validates the guarantees Crash Proof Retirement has delivered to the Philadelphia region for over 15 years. All promises made in recorded financial meetings become legally binding between Crash Proof Retirement and the investing consumer, such as no market risk, no fees, and the potential for double-digit interest returns. This unrivaled documentation silences all those who doubt Crash Proof Retirement's proven commitment to truth and transparency. Learn how recording financial meetings will empower you to make the best decision for your retirement future at crashproofretirement.com.
Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, highlighting the businesses, big and small, headquartered here.
Hi, this is Norman Chaikin, also known as Norman the Floorman. Every night my wife calls me to dinner in the same way. She yells out, "Dinner's on the table. Come and guess it." Whether you need carpet, LVT, hardwood, tile, or area rugs for your residential or commercial project, we've got you covered. Savings up to 50%, and that ain't chopped liver. Visit us in Bryn Mawr, Conshohocken, or call us at 800-220-RUGS for your home or business, and we'll bring the store to your door.
Hypertrophic cardiomyopathy is a serious heart condition. Some symptoms include being short of breath, feeling tired, or having dizziness or chest pain. My HCM impacted how I felt and what I could do. So I asked my cardiologist about treatment advances that gave me new options. That conversation was big for me. That's why I'm working with Bristol Myers Squibb to raise awareness about HCM and to help others like me. Talk to your cardiologist today and visit hcmrealtalk.com to learn more.
Sponsored by Bristol Myers Squibb.
Get slimmer for the summer by losing a contractually guaranteed 20 to 40 plus pounds in only 40 days with NJ Diet. Call 855-5NJ-DIET or go to njdiet.com. Get ready for spring with njdiet.com.
Tasty Cake has a treat for every John. Peanut butter fans have candy cakes, those chocolate-coated cakes with the creamy layer of peanut butter inside. There's Crimpets, the light sponge cakes topped with rich icing for people who like the classics. Donut lovers have options for days. You've got frosted mini donuts, powdered mini donuts, and you can't forget about the delicious new Dippin' Sticks flavors. There's so many uniquely satisfying treats to choose from, but that's no surprise because it's Tasty Cake, except no substitutes.
TurnersvilleJeep.com is your zero-down Jeep and Ram headquarters. Come into Turnersville and get up to 20% off select Jeeps and Rams. That equates to over $18,000 in savings on select models. We have over 300 vehicles available for immediate delivery. TurnersvilleJeep.com, located on Route 42 in Turnersville. Drive a little, save a lot at TurnersvilleJeep.com.
That's TurnersvilleJeep.com.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-700-6898. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-700-6898. That's 800-700-6898. For $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898.
Yo, Roy is Ford. What? We know your favorite station is 1210 WPHT. WPHT.
All right, welcome back in, Kayal and Company. It is a Monday morning. Hopefully all of you had a good holiday weekend as we roll the calendar over to April 1st, April Fool's Day. We'll see who's got jokes. 855-839-1210 is the phone number. Get us on the free Odyssey app and, of course, watch us live on YouTube. I want to get Dawn's thoughts on this because, Dawn, you are the most religious of the 3 here on the show. But I came across the LGBTQ plus calendar, and the sheer amount of days that are dedicated to people within the LGBTQ plus community is astounding. Phil, I think we have the graphic if you can throw this up, and I'll just highlight some of this. If you're watching on YouTube, you can see all of the days that are dedicated to the LGBTQ plus community in regard to yesterday being Trans Visibility Day, according to the Biden administration. That was yesterday, March 31st. You look at all the days in April here, and I'll just highlight a few. April 26th is Lesbian Visibility Day. We've got the entire month of June, which is Pride Month. Then you get to July. July 14th is International Non-Binary People Day. July 16th is International Drag Day. Then we get to October. The entire month of October is LGBT History Month, which includes International Lesbian Day, National Coming Out Day, Gender Fluid Visibility Week. So you get a full week right around the 17th of October. And then we get to November, and the entire month is Trans Awareness Month, where you have Transparent Day, which is November 5th, which actually will coincide with the election day. So maybe we can just stick the election on the back burner for Transparent Day. It's like take your trans kid to school day, right? Take your trans kid to work day. Transgender Awareness Week. Transgender Day of Remembrance. You know what this reminds me of when you look at this entire calendar? It's like when Opelka sends out his show prep email. At the top of his email every day, it's, what day it is in National Day history. Today's National Pancake Day. Tomorrow's National Avocado Day. Wednesday's National French Toast Day. Every day is a day. So, Dawn, I did the math. 340 plus million Americans, 9% of which identify as LGBTQ plus, which would include lesbian, gay, bisexual, trans, and I believe the Q stands for queer. Of that 9%, 1 to 2% is trans. So 1% of 33 million is what? Less than 3 million? So we have almost 150 calendar days dedicated for the smallest sliver of the pie of society. Make it make sense for me. I can't figure it out. Because I don't even know that these people vote for Joe Biden and Democrats. I think a lot of them hate politics in general and don't want to be bothered by any human being on earth, much less a politician. So I don't know who exactly they're pandering to and if it pays off come election day, But here you have it. But I know you are certainly very religious. So Trans Visibility Day on Easter Sunday. John, your thoughts?
I don't know. I mean, maybe because I know he likes Corvettes. Maybe he actually thought they were talking about Trans Ams. Get your Trans out of the garage, drive around.
Was that the Pontiac that made that, or was that the Trans? Was that the Grand Am?
Oh, geez, I don't know. Joe Biden also issued a proclamation, not only declaring Transgender Day of Visibility on Easter Sunday, but I will point out other holidays, including Cesar Chavez Day and Arab American Heritage Month.
By the way, guys, this isn't his day. This has been a day. March 31st has been Trans Visibility Day since 2009. So this isn't Joe Biden saying,
saw that.
let's make this this Trans Visibility Day. It's always been March 31st.
How about you move it then?
He issued a proclamation about it. So I don't know.
What do you mean he issued a proclamation about it? I don't know what that means. He tweeted something about it?
No, he issued an official from the office of the President of the United States.
Yeah, it was what I read in the Big Take.
Okay.
His official prepared statement that he didn't type up.
So, in other words, it might have been a thing before, but I don't think a president of the United States of America ever issued an official presidential proclamation pronouncing.
It's been around for 15 years. It just so happens that this year Easter was earlier than I can ever recall.
Well, next year Easter's on 4/20, so
is it really?
Are we gonna do are the potheads are we gonna be outraged that the potheads get that day?
Probably.
No. Even though I'm not a weed guy, you can have 4/20 day.
Look, here's the thing: is that it is there's let's just give them the entire year because basically that's what they get. 150 days or whatever it is.
It's just absurd.
It's stupid. It's outrageous. Nobody. I don't even think people in that community even know these days exist.
I would agree, especially for yesterday and Saturday, because like I said, I don't think these people pay attention to a lot of politics. So that was my rhetorical question. Who exactly are you placating here? Because I don't know that people overwhelmingly give a what about Joe Biden.
Yeah, but I think that two things. First of all, I think to Nick's point about why Nick put this in his Big Take is because a lot of people thought, this has been around since 2010, no big deal, the day. But Biden chose on March 29th, knowing that this was going to be a thing, that it was going to make headlines, and still did it. Issued that proclamation on Transgender Day of Visibility 2024.
Yeah.
Do you know what I'm saying? So he knew, they all certainly, unless they're really stupid, which they're not, they knew that this would make some headlines.
And couldn't you wait till today? Couldn't you just come out and say, hey, moving forward, March 31st will be this official, to your point, proclamation day? It just seems to me that it goes, and I'm I'm not overly religious. I'm religious, but I'm not super hardcore religious. We look at the trends here, and what's been the pattern? The Biden administration, the feds going after guys like Mark Houck. It just seems to me that more than ever, it's hey, it's okay to trigger the biggest segment of religious people in the country. Think about how many people in America are Christian or Catholic. I think I saw something to the effect of 63%, and that number is dwindling because we've seen over the years that I think religion, as far as the amount of people that are religious, has kind of dwindled and been kind of chipped away at. I don't think America is as religious as they were 40 and 50 years ago. And I think there's a lot of polls that show that. So I think, and I'm not one of these outraged people, but I think everybody that was outraged that is religious Saturday or Sunday had every right to be. Where it's we're always told oh, well, we need to be inclusive and diverse and equity. And yet, the community that seems to be being pushed away is the community that the Biden administration seems to flat out ignore, which is the biggest segment of the population. The catering to the fringe is what I don't get. For either side, by the way. That's right and left. I don't understand why we allow 1 to 5% of any community or political party to alter the way the masses are supposed to operate, whether that's far right or far left. Obviously, in this case, we're talking far left. But it's the optics of it. And I can't imagine that this sits well. And I would imagine if you're a Catholic today and you're a Democrat, but you're not far left? Are you turned off by your president, Joe Biden, that you voted for? I didn't vote for Joe, but I'm asking like the moderate Democrat out there that saw what happened over the weekend, that is Catholic and Christian, were they offended? That would be my question. I don't know. Did you go to church yesterday, Dawn? Were people talking about that at service or anything like that?
There were some people joking after the service saying happy transgender day and things of that nature, because it just seemed over the top. And then the combination of the fact that reportedly the White House, although they're claiming now that this has been a policy, but they banned religious themes from some of the Easter egg contests. They could only have bunnies or whatever.
That has been a thing since 1978. They didn't do that. It's been in place since the Carter administration.
Well, why did they put that in? Why would you ban religious Easter eggs on Easter?
I don't know. It's been in place since every administration has done it since Jimmy Carter.
Yeah, no, I'm not saying that specifically is on Biden by any stretch. I don't understand this banning of religious stuff on a religious holiday.
Because there's separation of church and state, I guess. God. Maybe nobody enforced it in the past. I have no idea.
Separation of church and state.
But I think all of it together, people were just going, really? But people are just kind of, I don't think anybody was genuinely upset about it. People were it was a joke. I think people think it's literally a joke. And meaning Biden's a joke.
Oh,
Do you know what I mean? Like, what a joke.
Right.
Roll their eyes, whatever.
Yeah. Well, speaking of jokes, this was also a joke on Friday as we had the wake for now deceased NYPD legend. I'm going to call him a legend because, I mean, this guy had a resume that, you would look at if he was a cop in Hollywood with wrangling up bad guys. I think it was over 70 citations. The late great officer Jonathan Diller. And I think there was a lot of people talking about what transpired at the services heading into Easter weekend. And here is what I've been able to gather. So according to Fox News, New York Mayor Eric Adams and District Attorney Alvin Bragg showed up unannounced at the wake on Friday. Also, Officer Diller's widow, Stephanie, according to sources, confronted them, telling them that they need to change the laws and that judges that are releasing these dangerous criminals should be held accountable. To which Adams and Bragg, and keep in mind, Eric Adams, the mayor of New York, used to be a police officer. So the fact that this stuff is happening under his watch is, to me, kind of like a double whammy, because as a former police officer, if you ever become a mayor, one of the first things you should be is pro-police and very much a law and order politician, to which he is not. So then the family of Jonathan Diller had asked visitors to wait outside while they privately said goodbye when closing the casket. And then, speaking of politicians in New York that showed up, the governor, Kathy Hochul, shows up. And the family, and the video went viral over the weekend where it looked like one of the men, and you can see it now on YouTube if you're watching, with the motorcade rolling in. And then you'll see, I think, the father or another family member kind of not necessarily lecturing Kathy Hochul, but he's pretty animated. He's got his fingers pointing in a couple of different directions.
God bless that guy.
I know. What a great guy that is. And he asked Hochul and her group to leave.
Absolutely.
And then also Attorney General Letitia James. So we have all of these people here: Bragg, Eric Adams, Letitia James, Kathy Hochul, on down the list, all of these Democrats that have gotten behind these policies of not being law and order, no cash bail, people being out on the streets with criminal justice reform. We know that this killer, this suspect, Mr. Rivera, Guy Rivera, has, I think, I've read anywhere between 14 and 21 priors. And you have two totally different administrations. Joe Biden can't show up and just do a photo op for 15 minutes. And who knows, maybe he gets the same treatment as Adams, Bragg, James, and Hochul. Yet you have Trump showing up and, meeting with the family and then speaking afterwards. So it's just, the optics of it are very bad.
Trump was invited, right?
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, it is for this group, for these people. And if you saw the line. I saw a video online over the weekend of all the people there.
Never seen something so big.
I have never seen. I mean, what an outpouring of support and love, and you couldn't ask for a better cause than something like this, and for everybody to gather around. And for these politicians to and I'm not talking about Trump because he was invited, but these Hochul and all these people showing up, just stop.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I get it. I get the sentiment, but obviously you're not wanted there. Don't cause a scene. It's their moment. Don't make it about yourself. Just stop.
The president of the NYPD Sergeants Benevolent Association said, quote, "Their presence is more than a distraction. It is a stain on the legacy of a true hero who made the ultimate sacrifice, as well as the scores of dedicated and committed public servants who will carry on his mission despite their constant criticism, cynicism, negativity, and frivolous accusations." I've also got a story here from the New York Post about how Hochul reportedly left the wake after just a few minutes as attendees recorded a heated exchange with one of the assembled mourners, and clapping could be heard in the background as she left. The columnist for the New York Post goes on to write, "What exactly did Hochul think would happen? That she'd be embraced by the officers and family members grieving for the unnecessary loss of an officer's life, due in part to lax enforcement and punishment for criminals, the very policies that she and her ideology are in favor of." So this is one of those things where I think, you know what? You got to just stay home. It would be like Alejandro Mayorkas showing up at the wake of Lake and Riley.
Yeah,
agreed. You have a lot of, quote, blood on your hands. I would probably just stay out of that proceeding, but that's just me. 855-839-1210 is the number. All right, we'll come back, wrap up the 6 o'clock hour. Philadelphia and South Jersey, differing approaches for schools and students for what's going to happen 1 week from today. Which side gets it right? We'll get to that when we continue. It's Kayal and Company. Nick, Dawn, and Greg on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
I am so grateful to my friends from Piazza Premium Automobiles, from the Piazza Auto Group. They're just great people to deal with for sure. And as far as Piazza Premium Automobiles, they continue to grow their luxury collection of brands. And they're welcoming in those two newest members to the family of dealerships, Infiniti Ardmore, as well as Maserati of the main line, both located right there on Lancaster Avenue. Of course, whether you turn to the Piazza Auto Group or the Piazza Premium Automobiles, you're going to get that same first-class customer experience that everybody in my family has certainly come to expect from Piazza, and you're going to get that too from Piazza Premium Automobiles as well. Find your new or certified pre-owned Infiniti, Maserati, or other Piazza luxury brands like Jaguar, Land Rover, Mercedes-Benz, BMW, and more. Check them out. PiazzaPremiumAutos.com, Piazza, PiazzaPremiumAutos.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Hey everyone, it's Ted from Consumer Cellular, the guy in the orange sweater, and this is your wake-up call. If you're paying too much for wireless service, you don't have to keep having that nightmare. Consumer Cellular has the same fast, reliable coverage as the leading carriers for up to half the cost. So why keep spending more than you have to? Seriously, wake up and call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com.
Savings based on cost of Consumer Cellular single line 1, 5, and 10 gig data plans with unlimited talk and text compared to lowest cost single line postpaid unlimited talk, text, and data plans offered by T-Mobile and Verizon January 2024.
You're in hot water, mister.
What'd I do?
I told you months ago our utility bills were getting higher because of that old outdated tank water heater.
Maybe it's time we finally switch to a Navien tankless.
Learn about Navien's high-efficiency tankless water heaters, endless hot water, all while helping you save on your energy costs.
Hey, look at this. Our utility bill is lower since we got the Navien tankless water heater.
Who's in hot water now?
We are, all the time.
Learn more at tanklessmadesimple.com.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at renofi.com/notices. Texting enrolls for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply. Reply stop, opt out.
John, I'm putting my foot down. We can't put off renovating this house any longer. Our kitchen is so small. We need to finish the basement for the kids, and don't even get me started on the bathrooms.
Honey, renovating is so expensive. We can't do all those projects.
With Renofi, we can.
What's Renofi?
Renofi loans are a new type of home equity loan only for homeowners doing renovations. We can get up to $500,000 and keep our existing low mortgage rate locked in.
With Renovai, we can do everything on our renovation list and we don't have to refinance?
That's right. Renovai loans are the only home equity loan that use the after renovation value.
Just what we need. How do we get started with Renovai?
Just send them a text.
Text BASEMENT to 323232 and see if you qualify for up to $500,000 to renovate your home with Renovai. Unlock the future value of your home right now to get the money you need without refinancing. Text the word BASEMENT to 323232 to get started today. Text BASEMENT to 323232.
NMLS number 1802847. Not all borrowers or properties qualify. Loan terms apply.
Window Nation presents the 1210 WPHT Veteran Spotlight in partnership with the Travis Manion Foundation. Listen the first Wednesday of every month as Kayal and Company shines a spotlight on a local veteran, highlighting their remarkable commitment to the community and their exceptional service in the military. Presented by Window Nation. At Window Nation, there's nothing more important than giving back to the communities we serve. For all of your window and door needs, visit windownation.com. That's windownation.com.
See Joe Conklin's Benefit Comedy Show at the Church of the Incarnation in Metro, New Jersey for parishioner Christina McNasby, Saturday, April 20th. Get tickets at joeconklin.com.
Listen to Joe Yakovich on The Heart of Your Money, Sunday mornings at 9 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Learn about investing, tax strategies, and more. Joe Yakovich on The Heart of Your Money, Sunday mornings at 9. Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
My kitchen is the heart of my home. Dawn Stensland here. If your kitchen or bath is outdated, you need Kitchen Magic. Yeah, they're local in Pennsylvania. They have an experienced team which has transformed more than 60,000 spaces. A dedicated design consultant works with you on your choices for refacing, custom cabinets, backsplash counters, and tub shower conversion. Right now, they're offering 12 months, no payments, no interest financing, and 10% off your remodel. Visit kitchenmagic.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Calling on Blackwood to follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Kayal and Company, 647. Happy Monday to all of you. Nick, Dawn, and Greg as we roll on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Get us on the free Odyssey app. Watch us live on YouTube. Cut sheet coming up just about 1 hour from now. Dawn will have some news to kick off hour 2 in just about 15 minutes. I thought this was a pretty interesting story. And as I read this last night, before I read it, when Stalker sent out some of his stories that he sends out each night, I was thinking that Pennsylvania and Philadelphia schools would take a different approach. So I got to give them a little bit of credit here. The story in the Inquirer, because coming up 1 week from today, next Monday, we are going to see at 3:23 p.m. on Monday, April the 8th, a solar eclipse, which is expected to reach its peak in the skies above the Abington School District, 3 minutes after elementary schools normally dismiss. I guess they dismiss at 3:20 Monday through Friday afternoon. And rather than send students home in darkness, the school district will extend the elementary school day by 25 minutes and then bring the kids outside equipped with protective eclipse glasses to witness an event that won't happen again for another 2 decades. Abington Superintendent Jeffrey Fetcher told families in an earlier message this week, quote, "We plan to take advantage of this celestial event and use it as a unique educational opportunity for our students." Now, here's the differing view and the differing policy in New Jersey, South Jersey specifically. A number of school districts are planning to dismiss early, including Cherry Hill, which told families on Thursday it will be dismissing all grades by early afternoon and canceling after-school activities. They go on to say, quote, "We have had extensive discussion regarding the risk of serious eye damage from looking at the sun during an eclipse without proper eye protection." There's meetings for this stuff. They're having meetings.
It's amazing.
He said that while the eclipse was, quote, "being used as an educational opportunity in schools, we want to make sure that we address all safety concerns." I actually think Pennsylvania's got it right. I would keep the kids in school a little longer if it means another half hour, 35, 40 minutes or whatever. Now, if you've got protective equipment for your eyes and you want to be able to watch this and witness history while protecting your eyes and keeping kids on campus, so to speak, a little longer, I'm all in favor of that. I'm actually going to rip South Jersey here. I think that's soft out of South Jersey. I'm not saying stick around and stare up into the sky until your retinas burn, but getting out of school early, this just seems to me to be the trend and the theme in America. Anytime we can shorten a work day or a school day or a half day or an early dismissal, we do it. And now we're going to do this for a solar eclipse for all of a handful. So think about in the amount of time that this thing will take to pass by, how many minutes that these teachers and educators and faculty members spent having meetings on how do we address this? I go Pennsylvania for the win here. Sticking around in school a little longer. Soft, South Jersey. Soft. I'm calling out Cherry Hill.
Well, they could go over the bridge and check out at the there's going to be a party. There's going to be a big party.
Oh,
and
yeah?
This is the Franklin Institute.
Oh.
So they're having a solar eclipse viewing party.
Yeah.
And the first 200 guests, you get an exclusive
cocktail
solar eclipse donut.
A solar eclipse donut.
Wow.
Oh,
How about that?
So you get diabetes and go blind.
But they're having it's a cute idea. It's free and
Yeah.
it's going to be like, they'll have, because it's 208, right?
Yeah.
So they'll give out donuts and
Mhm.
have a lot of fun. They'll have a DJ. That's a cute idea.
Now look, a solar eclipse. I don't know how are you going to go about that throughout your life next week? Well, at 3:23, I'm like usually getting my show prep done. Do I go out on my balcony and look up? Do I put sunglasses on? Do I close my blinds? Are we prepared for this? Does anybody actually care? I got to be completely honest. I have no interest in witnessing a solar eclipse.
Really?
No, I've got no interest in that stuff.
Well, you do have to have the special protective. It can mess up your eyes.
Oh yeah, I'm not going to go out there and stare up at the sky or anything like that. But I'm not into like the
You have no
planets
interest
and solar.
Yeah,
Remember what was the thing we used to have in our that was the planetarium?
Sure.
Yeah, that never did anything for me.
What is
really?
Wrong with you?
I'm not into that stuff. I'm just not.
Really?
Yeah.
You much rather watch wrestling.
Exactly right. WrestleMania will be in Philly this upcoming weekend, which, by the way, the weather forecast is not looking great for, folks. So that's going to stink as well. All right, 855.
By the way,
Yeah.
Sergeant Mark Fu is on the YouTube chat.
Yeah, he's wrapping up his shift, I think, right now.
Eddie says, let them go home early. Who cares?
Why do we have to go home early all the time? Oh, we got an inch of snow coming, early dismissal, 4-hour delay. Whatever happened to kids being troopers and just going to school every single day?
It's a good teaching moment, though. You can teach them about.
I think it's a liability thing. I think they want to send you home early. So if you stare up there into the sky and burn out your retinas, it didn't happen on school time, and they're off the hook. That's what I think it is. It's always about money and liability. That's just me. 855-839-1210. All right, we'll come back. Kickoff hour 2. Dawn's got some news on the way. And then a very interesting story from the Washington Post that was teased and teased and teased for days and weeks as a hit piece on one coach that I think is politically motivated. We'll get to that and the whiff and the swing and a miss on the other side. Cut sheet coming up at 7:45. And we're back after this here on Kayal and Company. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. We told you about it. It's here, our first ever Politics and Pints. It kicks off April 11th, the Zlock Performing Arts Center on the campus of Bucks County Community College. With who else? Dr. Rand Paul, the book, The Great COVID Cover-Up. This is speaker series with a bar. That's right, beer, wine, cocktails. Do not be shut out. What a night this will be. Tickets, 1210WPHT.com. Go to 1210WPHT.com.
The Do That Dental Group is the official dentist of the Philadelphia Eagles, and they would love to care for you too. Do That Dental has over 20 area locations with state-of-the-art facilities, including the latest robotic implant placement technology. The Do That Dental Group has been providing compassionate and pain-free dentistry for over 25 years, is in network with most insurances, and offers easy payment options when you need them. The Do That Dental Group, making dentistry easy. Visit them at PhiladelphiaEaglesDentist.com.
Feel like everything's clouded by doubt? visit CaliforniaPsychics.com. Our psychics are available to talk 24/7, and we guarantee if it's not life-changing, it's free. Experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
Some people bring joy wherever they go, some whenever they go. Mark Twain found humor all around. Never argue with a fool. Onlookers may not be able to tell the difference. Humor. Pass it on from PassItOn.com.
Pass it on. You've heard it said, he's a diamond in the rough. Or maybe, diamonds are forever. Here's something else I've learned about diamonds. They're just pieces of coal put under pressure for a long, long, long time. So when I start feeling like I want to give up, I think about that little piece of coal. And if that piece of coal can make something of itself by not giving up, so can I. Persistence is in you. Pass it on. From PassItOn.com.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Let's face it, most people fear the dentist. It's a real thing. It's called dentophobia. But my friend and dentist, Dr. Robert Bentz, understands this. I've seen over the years how he's helped even the most fearful patients overcome their anxiety and show them a comfortable, positive dental experience. Give Dr. Bentz a call, 610-272-6949. Take care of that dental work that you've been putting off and finally get that smile that you've always wanted. 610-272-6949. BentzDentalGroup.com. Hi, this is Dom Giordano. If your child needs support, special tutoring, and custom instruction, METC is here to help. Now's the time to call to Kathy Gannon, METC. Call the Motivational Educational Tutoring Company for over 30 years. METC's tutoring studio, founded by educator Kathy Gannon, has helped people of all ages to grow personally and academically. Call Kathy at 215-493-4200. METC offers motivational SAT prep as well as academic skills and leadership training. 215-493-4200. Now's the time to get assistance. For your child to help them succeed, all you have to do is visit online at METC.com. METC's tutoring studio. Call them today, 215-493-4200, or email Kathy directly, info@METC.com. Remember, 1210 listeners receive a free 1-hour consultation. Take advantage of this opportunity to help your child get one-on-one help. 215-493-4200, 215-493-4200.
Spring cleaning is upon us, but there's one meaningful box that you don't throw away when cleaning out your closet. It's the box filled with your family's important videotapes, film reels, and photos. Hi, I'm Adam Baselogger.
And I'm Nick Mako. We started Legacy Box over a decade ago to help families organize and update their analog media to digital.
Legacy Box is simple and easy. It works and is safe. Over 1 million families have trusted Legacy Box.
And Legacy Box has been featured in Good Housekeeping, The Today Show, and Rachel Ray.
Legacy Box is like magic, converting your shoebox of memories to the cloud or thumb drive, ready to watch and share.
Declutter your closet by digitizing your media. Become more organized and accomplished, knowing your family's recorded past is safe forever. Take advantage of our spring cleaning sale going on now. It's the easiest task to check off your to-do list.
For a limited time, you can get started for just $9 a tape. Visit legacybox.com/value to get our $9 sale. That's legacybox.com/value to get our $9 offer. legacybox.com/value.
Don't miss the Labor and Energy Show with J-Doc and Krause, brought to you by Advocacy United, this Saturday night at 6. Find out about the important issues that'll affect you. The Labor and Energy Show, Saturday night at 6 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
They say money doesn't grow on trees, but at First Harvest Credit Union, we can help you grow your financial future with our growth savings account. You can earn as high as 3.5% annual percentage yield while enjoying flexible access to your funds. Visit firstharvestcu.com or your nearest branch to get details and open a growth savings account and watch your money grow. First Harvest Credit Union, serving the Delaware Valley for over 84 years. Membership restrictions apply. Insured by NCUA.
Designers, excavators, engineers, architects, listen up.
What are you doing? We're working here.
If you want to save time, effort, and money on your next underground utility project, start using Pennsylvania One-Call System's Coordinate PA application. Coordinate PA is the next generation of utility coordination that allows you to easily transfer and manage your complex projects from start to finish, all the way from the designer to the excavator. Be prepared for your next underground utility project with Coordinate PA.
Makes sense.
Visit pa1call.org to learn more.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Don't miss Good News in Real Estate with Deanne Katsaros and Mark Cumberland, Saturdays at 1 p.m. Find out all you need to know about home buying and selling. Considering a career in real estate? Visit PhiladelphiaRealEstateClasses.com. Good News in Real Estate, Saturdays 1 p.m. on WPHT.
Open that window and get a breath of fresh air. This spring, PJ Fitzpatrick has great deals to replace your leaky old windows with beautifully designed, budget-friendly, energy-efficient, American-made windows. PJ Fitzpatrick has a variety of financing packages that work with almost any budget. Plus, PJ Fitzpatrick provides peace of mind with a lifetime guarantee on materials and labor. You can have it all. Visit trustpj.com today for a free design consultation. That's trustpj.com today.
Free speech lives here with Rich Zioli, afternoons 3 till 7. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
Mustard. 7 o'clock, straight up hour number 2. Good to have all of you in on a Monday, April 1st. It is Kayal and Company, Nick, Dawn, and Greg. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT. Get us on the free Odyssey app. Watch us live on YouTube. Cut sheet coming up 7:45. All sorts of good gems from the weekend that was. A lot of the talking heads on Sunday morning. We'll get to that coming up at 7:45. Morning mystery movie clip at 9:20 this morning. And also, short week for you, Dawn. I believe Thursday, last show before the big trip to Italy, correct?
Yes, that's right.
You getting ready? Are you packed, by the way?
No.
No? Are you a last-second packer?
No, but I'm a light. I'm Lair Bear definitely packs more clothes and shoes than I do. I'm a light. I know. I'm a light packer.
I am too. And by the way, my wife, professional packer, she can squeeze legitimately 7 pounds of clothes into a 6-pound bag.
You got to roll it up.
That's what she does.
Yep.
Everything's rolled up like a towel.
Yep.
And then you got to iron everything when you get to where you're going, and it's a whole mess.
Well, that's just it. You have to buy things that are more of a material that doesn't wrinkle.
That's
no
true.
Linen.
That's true.
You know?
Very true. All right. So Sean Farish will be guest co-hosting on Friday as Dawn makes her trip to Italy. And then we'll have a slew of other people in next week, including Kathy Barnett,
Yeah.
Tony Bruno, Mary Walter, on down the list. So Dawn will be back by July, and Kayal and Company will resume then. All right, 855-839-1210 if you want to jump in at 1210 WPHT on social media. Let's get to the news. Around number 2 at 7:02, the great Dawn Stensland.
Yes, sir. And rain is beginning to fall across our region. Rainy week ahead, full forecast. We are sponsored this morning in Kayal and Company News Live by the Arden Theater. So police confirm they are still searching for an armed, dangerous suspect accused of firing shots near Temple University's campus. 2 people, they did arrest two individuals after the shots were fired in North Philadelphia, right near the campus. This happened last night, according to Temple University police. Those shots fired in the 1600 block of Sydenham Street around 7 o'clock last night, and that then the Temple's notification system, the TU alert system, did alert all the students on campus of the situation. This, as they put out there, that a large group of juveniles, the youths, were gathering there. And so they said that one of the shooters, wearing a pink hoodie with dreads and a skull cap, is still missing. But a shooting there on Temple University's campus cause for concern. We do have a report in other news of state police reporting 67 arrests over the weekend after that large group of protesters with the Party for Socialism and Liberation were blocking a portion of the Vine Street Expressway, I-676. Police say they were on the eastbound side of the highway between Broad and 8th Streets, and that according to the PA Department of Transportation. We have also the search for a thief. It's a sin. Holy Saturday church services were very sad for Our Lady of Consolation Catholic Church in Philadelphia. As they said, the faith is strong, but unfortunately, somebody, Holy Saturday, did an unholy thing, busting up a wooden donation box, broken into, and stole all the cash and money inside.
You got to be one of the lowest levels of scum to vandalize and steal from a church.
That's a shame.
It really is. I'm assuming they don't have surveillance at the church with cameras, but boy, if they do, I hope they get that guy.
Yeah, hopefully. And to your point, the surrounding area to look at any surveillance images. But, I heard some of the parishioners were being interviewed and they said, well, maybe it was somebody who was hungry who would do such a thing. Just a lot of people just saying they hope that the person feels guilty, will return the cash. Doubt that's going to happen.
Yeah, I'm going to say zero chance of that happening.
Unfortunately.
Yep.
So they're searching for that one and also searching for whoever painted a swastika and graffiti, red spray paint all over the temple Bethel, the synagogue there in Wynwood, Montgomery County. This is on the main line just outside Philadelphia. The rabbi speaking out, Rabbi Ethan Witkowski, saying that vandals defaced their sign, which reads, "Our community stands with Israel." So this anti-Semitic group, they marked up the sidewalk, the signs all over. So I know people were out there trying to get the graffiti off, but unfortunately they did it Saturday overnight into Sunday morning.
Coming up on 6 months of this now.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And so is that related to Israel, and what's going on since October 7th, since that October 7th terror attack? So that is making headlines, unfortunately, for Philadelphia this morning. We also have in the forecast this morning, unfortunately, a lot of rain as we begin April 1st, not an April Fool's joke, but yeah, this is the forecast. Heavy, steady rain throughout the day today, and we're going to see even heavier rain tomorrow. Tomorrow's the worst of it. Sorry to be the bearer of bad news here, but the rain continues. Warm and rainy today. But we cool off then for your Tuesday tomorrow. So today, 53 degrees, warmest day of the week. So 53 raw and rainy. 48 is the high tomorrow, 49 for your Wednesday. And this rainfall continues through Thursday, 50 degrees on Thursday. Then the sun comes out for Friday, Saturday, Sunday. So 48 degrees for your Friday, 53 for your Saturday, and 60 degrees for Sunday. So I don't know, maybe a little golf. I don't know, Saturday, Sunday, Nick.
I would love to play some golf. I'm ready. It's that time of year. I texted Opelka. I texted Bill down the hall, just waiting for that first 65-degree sunny day.
Yeah, well, maybe next week.
All right. We'll be
hopeful, my
We've
friend.
almost made it. Just as long as I can get out by the time the Masters starts.
Yes.
Which will be 2 weeks from this Thursday.
Keep hope alive.
Yes.
We are sponsored by the Arden Theater. Experience Arden's Children's Theater, modern retelling of the classic tale Pinocchio, adapted by Greg Wood, a wooden boy, a nose that grows, a huge whale, and a cricket with a lot of opinions. Live on stage. This starts April 10th. Info at ardentheater.org. Thank you, Arden Theater. Maybe something for your twin daughters. That sounds wonderful, doesn't it?
Yes. Did you mention the name Greg in that copy?
Greg Wood, not our own Greg Stocker.
Oh, okay. Interesting.
Greg Stocker did not take on another job.
Okay.
He wears enough hats here.
He's already got like 2 or 3 here.
Okay.
Yeah.
But thank you, Arden Theater. Seriously, it sounds like a wonderful, they're wonderful and they put on wonderful productions. So starting April 10th, Arden Theater, thank you for sponsoring Kayal and Company News Live this morning.
Thank you very much, Dawn. 7:08 as we continue here on this Monday morning. I want to get to this story because I found to be very fascinating, and I was determined to track down the story over the weekend and get access to it to read the story. We had heard, if you've been paying attention to the show and also on social media, that the Washington Post was getting set to drop this hit piece on women's basketball coach Kim Mulkey of LSU, who, by the way, LSU will play Iowa today in the women's tournament. Iowa obviously led by Caitlin Clark. If that's in your wheelhouse and you want to watch women's basketball, that comes up, I think, at 7 o'clock tonight. So it was a story that was written and I thought was behind a paywall. So I didn't want to sign up for the Washington Post and pay for it. I'm sending texts in our group thread on Saturday, I think it was. I'm like, has anybody got to log into the Washington Post? I went to Wawa and my local Giant to see in their newspaper section if they sold copies of the Washington Post. They had the Inquirer, the Daily News, the New York Times, the New York Post, the USA Today, and then there was like another paper as well, but no Washington Post. So finally, I actually found out if you go to the Washington Post website, there's, I guess if you only frequent the site very infrequently, you can get free access to stories. So I was able to read this story, and it was written by a guy named Kent Babb. And the headline says, LSU coach Kim Mulkey holds grudges and battles everyone and keeps winning, but at what costs? And I tweeted out a few pictures of screenshots of some of the paragraphs that were, I thought, the most notable. And in this, Kent Babb writes the following about Kim Mulkey, the head coach. Mulkey's attorneys, in letters to the Post, denied that Mulkey treated gay players more harshly or differently. Now, Mulkey, if you're unfamiliar with the story, used to be the head coach at Baylor when Brittany Griner was the star player for Baylor. And as you know, Brittany Griner was overseas playing in a professional women's basketball league in Russia. She was arrested for drug paraphernalia and contraband, and we know spent almost 300 days in a Russian penal colony until Joe Biden decided to give up a Russian arms dealer and murderer for a WNBA basketball player in a prisoner hostage swap. So in this story in the Washington Post, they provided an affidavit from former Baylor player Morgan Medlock, who said that she was in a relationship with another basketball player who goes by the last name of Griffin, and that she never witnessed Mulkey, the head coach at LSU, while at Baylor, mistreat Griffin or other gay athletes. There's actually a sizable portion of female basketball players that are identify as lesbian. I don't know what the percentage is, but that's certainly a thing. Former Baylor and LSU player Alex Morris put it more bluntly to ESPN, saying Coach Mulkey is not homophobic. Mulkey, in an interview 11 years ago in 2013 with Outsports, insisted that she didn't care about players' sexuality and wouldn't ask them about it. She said, quote, I don't think it's anybody's business, she said. Whoever you are, I don't care to know that. And then there's another takeaway in this column talking about Mulkey and Brittany Griner, the biggest star at Baylor, how they have had a poor relationship for over a decade. And while Griner spent 294 days in detainment in a Russian prison, which eventually required White House intervention, it wasn't enough to ease the tension long after Griner first said that Mulkey encouraged gay players to hide their sexuality and, quote, keep your business behind closed doors. Quote, Kim Mulkey is an amazing coach. The reason I went to Baylor is because of her, says Kelsey Griffin, who played for Mulkey from 2007 to 2010. But Griffin says she, quote, made my life hell by drawing attention to Griffin's clothes and issuing a suspension that ultimately ended the player's career. Now, also in this Washington Post column, they talk about how Kim Mulkey was dealing with a little bit of a cold or the flu in November. She told reporters after a road game that they could blame her if her players got sick at Thanksgiving, saying, quote, I'm not a sissy. I've got some kind of cold. It might be COVID, but I ain't testing, said Kim Mulkey. And then there's another piece that I highlighted from the Washington Post. I posted this on Twitter, talking about some of the other past allegations where other players have come out and said these are false accusations and false stories. So I bring all of this up to bring up a few takeaways. I think the Washington Post, they teased this for weeks and weeks, that they had this big hit piece coming on Kim Mulkey. I also think it's very ironic that you drop the story a day in which LSU is playing a major college basketball game this past weekend. So I think Washington Post looked at this from a political perspective. They saw that Mulkey was not going to take a COVID-19 test because she was under the weather in November. She specifically says in this column that you can be tough, beautiful, and yourself, which completely goes against allegations of homophobia. Mulkey also had a feud with Brittany Griner for years. And since Brittany Griner and Mulkey had this feud, and Mulkey didn't come out publicly and come to the rescue of Brittany Griner, who, by the way, as much as I think it was ridiculous that Russia held Brittany Griner in prison for 300 days over weed, I've said this in the past when we talked about this exchange of prisoners. I said, as an athlete, you always know your surroundings when you're on a road game. You need to know what the law, you might not respect or like the law and the rule of Russia, but if Russia has this in place, you need to be aware of that. So I don't feel bad for Brittany Griner as an adult having to serve time in prison for not being aware of things like this. So you look at the way Mulkey coaches. She's an old school hard ass. She didn't want to take a COVID test. She didn't come to the aid of Brittany Griner. This sounds to me like left-wing media making a big nothing burger out of an old school coach that maybe you just disagree with politically, ideologically, or this new mantra of always being aware of and cognizant of everybody's feelings. We were told that this was going to be some big hit job. I read it. It's like 7,600 words. Legitimately, I tried to copy and paste it to print it because I didn't have access to a printer. I tried to copy and paste it to Microsoft Word. It came out to be 67 pages in print if you were to print this story. It's massively long if you want to read it. It's a fascinating read by a guy named Kent Babb who does a lot of really good sports journalism. But my biggest takeaway was that the Washington Post was like, we're going to if you're going to come out and bury a coach for homophobia, they waited all the way until the end of the story to throw in a few quotes. If you have damning evidence or a smoking gun, isn't that the lead in your story? They start talking about the coach's upbringing and how she was raised in a tough family. You got to really take a look at this. I think there's a lot of political stuff in here with COVID and trans and homophobia and foreign policy. And I think generally it's nothing more than an attempt to smear what I would presume. I can't sit here and tell you for sure. I would be willing to bet Kim Mulkey is a Republican and she is conservative. And I think it's the Washington Post trying to bury a coach in the middle of a March Madness tournament. That's my takeaway from it. There's like some free versions out there. The Daily Mail has a write-up on it. The New York Post has a write-up on it. If you want to take a look at it, it's very interesting, and it's very, very long. It took me about 45 minutes to read. Yeah.
And doesn't it sound like this coach has to put up with a ton of drama as you were going through that? I'm thinking, oh, this poor woman.
And
goodness.
There's been players that are lesbian on their team that have come out and said, she's not homophobic. She didn't treat anybody differently. You got one quote from one player that felt that they were treated unfairly, and we're going to try to smear a coach. And she's been bombastic for many years. She's very flamboyant, the coach. She don't give a you-know-what. She even came out in the days leading up to this article coming out saying, be prepared for the blowback, and if you try to defame me, I'm going to hit you with a lawsuit. And she used her platform to basically come out and go after the Washington Post, which I think we need more of, to be completely honest. When you have any of these outlets that are trying to get a clickbait story on you, when people have the platform and the ability to speak like Kim Mulkey, let's be real. She's coaching down in Baton Rouge, Louisiana, so I think a lot of people are going to defend her in this column. It's not like she's coaching at, Harvard, where the landscape is a little different politically, if you get my gist. So if you want to jump in, 855-839-1210 is the phone number. Cut sheet coming up in just about 20 minutes as we roll on. But first, a word from my friends at the Piazza Auto Group. As you guys know, we dropped the debut episode of Kayal Pool Karaoke. That was just about 7 weeks ago. We'll have another one probably coming up later this spring or summer. But we filmed that first episode in the 2024 Honda Pilot Trail Sport. What an awesome SUV. Great combination of luxury, all the accessories and amenities with the rugged all-terrain ability of the Trail Sport model, which features a 7-mode drive system, Trail Watch multi-camera view, 18-inch alloy wheels, and wireless Apple CarPlay. And oh, by the way, 3rd row seating. That's going to come in handy for you and your wife and your ever-expanding family. And you can check out all of the new options and all the new editions of the Honda Pilot, including the Trail Sport, at one of the 5 Piazza Honda locations in Philadelphia, Pottstown, Reading, Springfield, and Langhorne. Or shop all the inventory right now online at piazzaautogroup.com.
My kitchen is the heart of my home. Dawn Stensland here. If your kitchen or bath is outdated, you need Kitchen Magic. They're local, family-owned, and operated since 1979. Schedule your free in-home design consultation today. Kitchen Magic is the full-service remodeler I trust to quickly, beautifully, and affordably transform your kitchen or bath. Right now, they're offering 12 months, no payments, no interest financing, and 10% off your remodel. Just visit kitchenmagic.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
There's breaking news all day long from around the world, and sometimes all that noise makes it hard to hear about what's happening right here at home. With the free Odyssey app, getting your local news plus breaking news is easy. And even when you're not near a radio, stay connected with what's going on right here by listening live and push alerts. Just download the free Odyssey app and search and follow your local news station, and you're good to go. The local breaking news to get you through your day at your fingertips on the free Odyssey app. That's AUDACY.
Spring cleaning is upon us, but there's one meaningful box that you don't throw away when cleaning out your closet. It's the box filled with your family's important videotapes, film reels, and photos. Hi, I'm Adam Baselogger.
And I'm Nick Mako. We started Legacy Box over a decade ago to help families organize and update their analog media to digital.
Legacy Box is simple and easy. It works and is safe. Over 1 million families have trusted Legacy Box.
And Legacy Box has been featured in Good Housekeeping, The Today Show, and Rachel Ray.
Legacy Box is like magic, converting your shoebox of memories to the cloud or thumb drive, ready to watch and share.
Declutter your closet by digitizing your media. Become more organized and accomplished, knowing your family's recorded past is safe forever. Take advantage of our spring cleaning sale going on now. It's the easiest task to check off your to-do list.
For a limited time, you can get started for just $9 a tape. Visit legacybox.com/value to get our $9 sale. That's legacybox.com/value to get our $9 offer. legacybox.com/value.
Hey, Joe DeCamera here. Isn't it time to invest in yourself? Well, how about this? Start at PI Dental Center with decades of experience in complex dental treatment, and I've been a patient at PI Dental for 20 years. Dr. Glenn Wolfinger and Dr. Robert Slough, they're board-certified prosthodontists. They specialize in the restoration and replacement of teeth, and PI Dental Center are the originators of the teeth in a day. It's a revolutionary treatment that delivers fixed teeth and implants placed for a dramatic transformation in a mere one day. So visit PIDentalCenter.com. That's PIDentalCenter.com to request your new patient evaluation.
Are you tired of dealing with those old, inefficient windows in your house? Well, maybe it's time to go Guida. How about that drafty, beat-up-looking entry door you painted over more times than you can count? Well, go Guida. Need added protection from the elements with a new storm door? Go Guida. And what about that sliding patio door or garage door you've been meaning to replace? Go Guida. Whatever your home improvement needs are, I suggest you go Guida with the great people at Guida Door and Window. To help you get your project started, Guida is offering 20% off all windows and doors while allowing you to start your project with no money down and up to 3 full years to pay it off interest-free. That's right. Receive 20% instant savings with the luxury of paying off your project interest-free for up to 36 months. Restrictions apply, offers for a limited time, so what are you waiting for? It's time you finally go Guida. Call today to schedule a free in-home estimate at 1-877-GO-GUIDA or visit them at GoGuida.com. That's go, GUIDA.com.
Jim Cipriotti at Retire Ready Financial Group doesn't need Google to know you're worried about retirement. Between inflation, rising taxes, and the uncertainty about Social Security, he understands. That's why he offers a complimentary retirement second opinion. It's a no-obligation meeting for you to talk about your concerns about retirement. You want to know if you're going to be okay? Let's find out. 610-894-7415 or go online, retirereadyfg.com.
Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, NPN number 2083768.
For more than 50 years, Delaware Valley homeowners have called Oliver for their heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical needs. Leaky faucet, clogged drain, Oliver's expert plumbers can handle that. No power, outdated electrical panel, Oliver's licensed electricians can help. No AC, Oliver has same-day service, flexible financing, and the industry's best warranties. For fast service you can trust, call Oliver today or visit online at oliverheatcool.com.
This is the time of year to enjoy life. Dawn Stensland here. Stop letting that pain in your joints keep you from doing what you want to do this spring. Just call my friends at QC Kinetics. QC Kinetics is the nation's leader in regenerative medicine. I'm talking lasting joint pain relief. No surgery, no drugs, no downtime. It's a fact. QC Kinetics is transforming lives. Their advanced treatments harness your own body's ability to restore and repair damaged joint tissue. Now, this life-changing treatment is available for you. So you can walk, run, climb stairs, play golf, move again, pain-free. No pain pills, no risky surgery. It's an all-natural solution. QC Kinetics has tens of thousands of satisfied patients who've reclaimed their mobility. Take action now. Do this. Live your best life this spring and summer. Great use of your tax refund check, by the way. Call QC Kinetics for a free consultation. 215-999-3000. 215-999-3000. Tell Dawn sent you.
Calling on Blackwood to follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
All right, Kayal Company, 7:25. Happy Monday to all of you as we continue. Cut sheet in about 20 minutes. Still ahead this morning after the Cut Sheet segment, a top psychologist blames smartphones and social media for the decay of Gen Z and also the rise of transgenderism. We'll get to that story. And also a very interesting breakdown from Axios of how Americans are working less and less and logging off, so to speak, from work earlier and earlier, specifically on Thursdays and Fridays. We'll get to that as we roll on this morning. But just coming off of what we just talked about with some of the social and political implications in the world of, believe it or not, women's college basketball, I want to get to this story for a couple of minutes. Later today, I mentioned this last segment, Iowa plays LSU. If you recall last year on this show, we talked briefly about the rivalry between Caitlin Clark of Iowa and Angel Reese of LSU. Now, I'll be completely honest, I don't watch college basketball when it's women's basketball. It's not my thing. They're super talented, but I'm just not appealed by it, and I'm not drawn to it, much like the UFC. There's just certain things I can't get into, but I will pay attention because Caitlin Clark is a legendary college basketball player, even though Dawn still thinks Pistol Pete holds the scoring record. Dawn, I very anti-woman of you, Dawn, I got to tell you. You threw me for a loop when you were very pro Pete.
I love her. I just think, give credit where credit's due.
Okay. You might hate me after this take, but Caitlin Clark has apparently been offered $5 million to play 10 games in the Big Three, which is a professional men's basketball league. It's usually guys that are out of the NBA in their 30s or 40s that used to play in the league. I think it's like 3-on-3. It's on television. It's founded by Ice Cube. And there are a lot of people advocating for Caitlin Clark to take the payday after she leaves Iowa, because apparently in the WNBA, the highest salary is $240,000 a year, which for us is a great living. But when you're a professional athlete, if that's the max you can make, it's probably for a reason, because WNBA players don't make a ton of money because they don't generate a ton of revenue and they don't generate big ratings on TV. So everybody is advising Caitlin Clark to take up this offer, because I think, honestly, Caitlin Clark will make a killing in the WNBA on endorsement money, but she won't make, absurd amounts of money from her salary. So I think, look, as a capitalist, go take this, play those 10 games, make the $5 million. But there's people out there in media that are arguing that she would be a very good, if not great player in the NBA. I want to play you this clip. This is courtesy of Fox Sports Radio. The host is Rob Parker, and he is advocating for Caitlin Clark in the NBA against grown men. Listen and watch this clip.
I am convinced that Caitlin Clark should play for an NBA team, Chris, not a WNBA team, And I want to say this before you poo-poo me or before you tell me I'm a sugar, I'm crazy.
You beyond a sugar.
Okay?
She ain't good enough. It's as simple as that. She ain't good enough.
Hold on. Let me say this.
Period.
This ain't no stunt like Eddie Goodell.
It must be, because you should know. You've covered the NBA. She good enough to play in the NBA?
Yes, she is. And I'm going to tell you why.
Embarrassing.
This is not Eddie Goodell with the White Sox, Christian. Remember they had the small person who gave up the bat and they tried to get him to walk every at-bat? This is not that.
Well, of course
this is not a sideshow. This is not the bearded lady at the circus. This is not what it could be. The NBA right now is so soft as far as physical play. They allow almost anyone to just take three-point shots. And I really do that she could put up threes in this man's NBA.
All right, so that's Rob Parker from Fox Sports Radio. I just want to say this. I think any man or any woman in media that comes out, because you're only allowed to say one thing in the world of the mainstream media. You're only allowed to say Caitlin Clark could absolutely play in the NBA. If you believe otherwise, you are told to keep your opinions to yourself in fear of being labeled as a sexist and anti-female athletics or a chauvinist male pig. That's a completely asinine take from Rob Parker. Why do we not want biological men competing in biological female sports? Why is that? Because it would be unfair, right? Like, women have fought for their spotlight, their right to compete, have their own sport, Title IX, dudes, stay out of female locker rooms, no men competing against women. It's the same reason why Caitlin Clark wouldn't do well in the NBA. It's not even remotely a fair fight. This is why we have men's sports and we have women's sports. And yet a majority of men, whether it's on their own Facebook or if they have a platform or they have a media outlet that they work for or they have a social media feed with any following, are probably afraid to say what I am saying right now. Caitlin Clark would get destroyed by men. That's not sexist. That's biology. That's a fact. She's 6 feet tall, 135 pounds. If you think, as good as she is, and she is incredible, 31 points a game, I looked up the numbers, she might go down as the most decorated female college basketball player of all time, and maybe the greatest scorer, men or women, ever to live in college basketball. But she would get absolutely crushed by biological men. Could you imagine Caitlin Clark at 6 feet 135 against a 6'6", 235-pound man with 6 to 8 inches and 100 pounds on her? They would run by her, through her, over her, and around her. That is not sexist to say. That is just the reality of the situation. Would Caitlin Clark destroy Greg and I? Absolutely. Would she probably dunk on Anthony DiRenzo? For sure. Definitely. But like this notion that women can compete against men at the highest of levels, pro to pro, like it's apple to apple, is just fictitious fantasy land. And I can't believe there are people actually out there trying to argue this. And then if you argue the counterpoint, it's like, you're the bad guy. You're a sexist. You're this, you're that. And I'm just like, it's just the obvious. It's just the facts. I hate to break it to people. Dawn probably wants to throw something at me right now, but I just can't envision a scenario where Caitlin Clark goes into any professional setting in basketball and competes with and holds her own against grown men. I can't see it happening, Dawn.
No,
I just can't.
I agree. Well, first of all, she's 6 feet tall, 155 pounds.
Oh, she 155?
155.
She carries it well.
6 feet. Yeah, but 6 feet tall.
Yeah.
155 is pretty skinny. I would look
She's taller than me.
Most women in the NBA, most of them weigh 165 minimum.
Oh, wow.
Because they're over 6 feet.
Yeah.
I agree with you. Martina Navratilova, she addressed this.
Yes.
Which is why she has been vocal, although, they pounded her and tried to cancel her out. But she's been vocal about the fact when she was in her prime, played a man who was in his middle age and how tough that was. She's talked about this and said, this is why we have to protect women's sports.
Mm-hmm.
And that's okay to say. It's okay to say, hey, you know what? Women are not as strong or as big as men. That's okay.
I mean, could she beat a lot of high school boys today? Yeah, probably. Sure. Could she compete against LSU's men's team? Probably not. Could she compete in the NBA? Definitely not. But I'm glad you bring up Martina Navratilova because now, correct me if I'm wrong. I believe is she a lesbian?
Yes.
Okay. Because she has faced a lot of pushback as somebody that falls in the LGBTQ community, as saying she's been very vocal against biological men competing in women's sports. She's been shunned on social media and faced all sorts of backlash for her stances on defending Riley Gaines and also being against people like Leah Thomas competing in female sports. It's also been the same thing with Jenner as well. Mm-hmm. So, I mean, we've seen this. This has become a common theme where if you don't acquiesce to either the biological female or the biological male competing in female sports, they want to label you, which this is all kind of goes back full circle to the big take this morning on Transgender Visibility Day under the Biden administration. So I just wanted to talk about that story for a couple of minutes. It has nothing really to do with sports, but it's just, once again, it's like you either have to have one view or you don't share your opposing viewpoint, which to me is just the complete opposite of what America should be about. We have to hide facts now. We have to squash the truth in favor of people's feelings. So figured we would give you that story as well. 855-839-1210. We'll come back. Cut sheets just about 9 minutes out as we roll on. It's a Monday morning. Nick, Dawn, and Greg, Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
You've heard me talk about Chapman Windows, Doors, and Siding for years now. They've done beautiful work in my home as far as windows, doors, and making my home more energy efficient, of course. You know by now, if I needed windows, doors, or siding, I would only trust the Chapman team. You may not think of Chapman right away for siding or stucco remediation, but you should. I'd trust nobody else with this investment, which is important in your home. If you're thinking of maybe updating your current siding or removing that stucco and then replacing it with siding, think Chapman and think James Hardy plank, gorgeous, or vinyl siding. So if you're looking to sell, you can bet buyers are going to value the updated new siding, and now's a great time to get ahead of the ball. Plan your siding project for this year. Get it on the calendar. These certified Chapman installers are the professionals you want on this job. If you or somebody you know are looking for windows, doors, siding, stucco remediation, shutters, the hardware choices that go along with them, just give them a call. You can text. They're listening right now. They're like-minded, so text them. They're local, 610-431-8898, 610-431-8898. You can take a virtual tour online, ChapmanWindowsDoors.com, ChapmanWindowsDoors.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Oh, I'm sorry. Were you expecting a commercial there? Well, when describing the feeling of owning your own swim spa or hot tub, sometimes words can be hopelessly inadequate.
If you like what you hear, Jacuzzi Hot Tubs of Southeastern PA can help by transforming your outdoor living space. Everything you need to bring luxury, health, and enjoyment home with you is waiting at Jacuzzi Hot Tubs of SEPA.com.
Take me out to...
kids game, we have to go.
Take me out to the...
Honey, please, just grab the cooler and his bat relief.
Root for the all-new Chevy lineup of SUVs at Hester Chevrolet. Big enough for the family and all the stuff this baseball season. Hester Chevy is your local home team with the largest availability of new Chevrolets in Philadelphia, plus the largest selection of Silverados and Trax. No dealer will beat their price. More at HesterChevy.com. See dealer for details.
Your way or no way at Hester Chevrolet.
See Joe Conklin's comedy show at St. Luke's Church off Easton Road in Glenside, Saturday, April 27th.
It was fun, 100% every time. It's spectacular.
It was hysterical.
I saw Conklin last time he was in Glenside.
Can't wait to see him again. Hysterical. It was terrific. We had a ball.
Oh, I thought it was great. My cheeks are still hurting from laughing so hard.
That's Joe Conklin's comedy show at St. Luke's Church off Easton Road in Glenside, Saturday, April 27th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com.
Some people like him, but I'm not one of them.
JoeConklin.com!
On March 15th, 2024, Odyssey License LLC as debtor in possession, licensee of WPHT 1210 Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, filed an application with the Federal Communications Commission for an assignment of license and transfer of control to implement a joint prepackaged plan of reorganization. Members of the public wishing to view this application or obtain information about how to file comments and petitions on the application can visit publicfiles.fcc.gov and search in WPHT's public file. Don't miss Dr. Marianne Ritchie, your radio doctor, Saturday afternoons at 5. Tune in for accurate information so you can make the right medical decisions. Your radio doctor, Dr. Marianne Ritchie, Saturday afternoons at 5 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Urgent Camp Lejeune settlement message. The government will soon begin providing fast, guaranteed settlements to Camp Lejeune Marines, families, and civilians. Awards will range between $100,000 and $550,000 with an option for higher amounts. If you or a loved one spent time at Camp Lejeune and suffered cancers of the bladder, liver or kidneys, leukemia, non-Hodgkin's lymphoma, Parkinson's, or kidney issues, you may be entitled to a significant financial reward for your Camp Lejeune claim and could be paid within 60 days after accepting your settlement with your VA benefits fully protected. But the deadline for filing is fast approaching, so you need to act now. Call the James Harris Law Camp Lejeune helpline now to get the compensation you deserve. We're already fighting for thousands harmed by the water at Camp Lejeune, and with the deadline coming, you need to call now or you may forever lose your right to a settlement between $100,000 and $550,000. For your free evaluation, call 800-885-2277, 800-885-2277, 800-885-2277.
The IRS is the most powerful collection agency on earth, and if you owe back taxes, the news isn't good. The IRS is raising the interest rate it charges on unpaid taxes, and further rate hikes are expected. Most people don't know it, but the IRS adds interest charges to your tax debts daily. So if you owe the IRS today, you'll owe even more tomorrow. And it doesn't stop until you get right with the IRS. The good news is getting right can start with one phone call to Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax relief firm. Optima's tax professionals specialize in the Fresh Start Initiative, a powerful IRS program that can save you thousands if you qualify. In fact, the experts at Optima have resolved over $1 billion in tax debt for their clients. Call now for a free consultation.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
You got me running, going out of my mind.
7:41. It is Kayal and Company. It's a Monday morning. Nick, Dawn, and Greg here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. What's on the cut sheet coming up in just a few minutes as we continue here. 855-839-1210 is the phone number. Let me get Christian in Jenkintown in here. Christian has some thoughts on what we were just talking about with sports and the reality of integration and wants to compare that to the military. Christian, good morning. How are you?
Good morning, sir. Thank you for taking my call.
Yes, sir.
The University of Pitt did an interesting study about integrated kind of platoons or kind of military units, and it was pretty damning. The top 20% of the performances done by females was equal to or less than the bottom 20% of the males participating in the study.
Right.
And to kind of put that into real context, in the actual fighting unit, that's deadly. You know, you have put people in a dangerous situation that they are woefully unprepared for, and you are making those around them compensate. And this is the danger of this pervasive idea that people are equal physically when they're not.
Right.
Because there are real consequences for that, and people get really hurt or dead. And when we stop recognizing that, who's the responsibility on for those injuries and deaths?
Right.
I guess is ultimately my question.
Well, and to your point, too, let's go with the military specifically. Who do you want on the front lines in battle? Do you want the most decorated deserving, badass, based on merit? If that's a guy, absolutely. Do you want to acquiesce and go with less talented people, whether that might be a female or somebody else in the front line of military or police? Because like what you're talking about is not only do you end up creating a situation where your fellow soldiers or officers are now at risk, the public, which you are there to protect and serve, is at further risk, all because of this notion of inclusivity and integration. To your point, the reality is the top 20% of females, if they were to test against men, like you just said that study shows, they show up in the bottom of any physical attributes for males.
That's exactly correct, and it goes to show kind of the in the court of public opinion is that the people that are pushing these agendas are not the ones that are going to pay for them.
Of course not.
That's ultimately someone always writes the check for a leftist agenda.
Yeah,
always ends up picking up the tab.
And Christian, thanks for the call. It's the same thing with defund the police. Who wants to defund the police? The far left. What does the far left end up doing? They have private security that they pay for, courtesy of public tax dollars. They always want to implement policies that don't affect their lives. And then when it goes sour or sideways, they say, well, we didn't create the problem, but give us more money to fix it. Or we did create the problem, give us more money to fix it. It's classic. It's textbook. It's 101.
Yeah, and why not recognize the talents of each individual?
Right.
I know for law enforcement, policing, a lot of times women will test better on the written tests.
Yeah.
So, in other words, best person for the job.
Correct.
If a certain group does better and accelerates on certain testing and paperwork, then maybe they can go to jobs, where that would play to their strengths.
Yeah.
If you're physically stronger and it's a physical job, then why not put those physically stronger and physically fit into those jobs?
I totally agree. And look, if you have a girl and she is, let's say, resume A, and you have a guy and let's say he's resume B, and I don't know what goes into, being a police officer or being in the military, but if the girl is, and I'm just, generalizing here, if the girl is capable of doing more push-ups, jumps higher, runs faster, and is a better shot and is more accurate with the gun, then put the girl out on the front line. Don't put the man out there just because he's a man. If the female's more qualified, put her out there. But my whole thing is we got to stop with this nonsense of thinking that, females can roll into men's sports. They in large parts, they can't. So figured we would get to a couple of those stories off the beaten path here. 746. Let's get to a Monday edition of What's on the Cut Sheet.
What's on the Cut Sheet?
What's on the Cut Sheet on this Monday is sponsored by Cherry Hill Volvo, where right now they have ample inventory of brand new and beautiful pre-owned Volvos. Enjoy the luxury experience you deserve. They always go the extra mile for their customers because relationships matter at Cherry Hill Volvo. Check them out on Route 70 in Cherry Hill Volvo, where relationships matter. Nick, Kayal, you started off the big take this morning at about 6:10, talking about the Trans Day of Visibility from yesterday. Well, the founder of Trans Day of Visibility spoke out. I don't know if this was recently or not, but all I can say is if you want to get over to YouTube, youtube.com/@1210WPHT and see this individual. This person says that he knew since he was 8 years old that he was trans.
Okay. 8 years old,
No, it's hysterical. All right, let's do cut 19 here, Phil. Go.
I like the build-up of this.
I tried to come out to my parents when I was 8 years old, okay? And that was in 1967. Let's just say it didn't go well.
Looks like Oswald Cobblepot as the Penguin in Batman 2 there, by the way. If you've ever seen Batman 2 with Danny DeVito before he started pimping out hoagies at Jersey Mike's. So this person knew at 8 years old in 1967.
Yep.
So now, look, correct me if I'm wrong. And I was born in 1984. I'm 40 years old. There's a good portion of this audience that is older than me. I don't ever recall the word trans in society when I was in grade school, middle school, high school. I don't even know that I remember the name and the word and the concept and the lifestyle of trans in college. But this person is claiming in 1967 that this was a thing that existed, but I guess nobody talked about. And I get it. You know, the 50s, the 60s, the 70s, there's a lot of people that, you know, were gay or lesbian and they were afraid to come out, and it's more embraced than ever, as it should be, I think. But 1967, look, if this existed back then and somebody in our audience heard of it, please let me know. I don't recall it in my life in the 90s or early 2000s.
Look, I don't know this individual, but to me, this is just my opinion. To me, this person looks like a very sad and unhappy person.
Well, that's why I argue that, and I have no data. I'm not a doctor, although I do have a story here that says a top psychologist, and we'll get to this a little later, blames smartphones and social media for the rise of transgenderism. So to me, I have been saying for many, many years now, probably at least 5 years, I think it's a mental health crisis. And the reason I say that is every time we play you a clip, these people seem like there's something wrong. Not just the logistics and the biology behind, because I look at it this way. You can be religious or you could be a science person. I think when religion and science both arrive at the conclusion that there's only two genders, you arguing that there's more than two, something is wrong.
Yeah.
And these people, and like I have nothing against these people at all, they just seem very unsatisfied and angry.
Mm-hmm.
And that to me is a signal that there's something wrong up here. That's all.
Yeah, that individual to me looks like he's crying out for help. But
well, I couldn't tell if that person was crying or out of breath. It was pretty big too.
Maybe had a little stutter. I don't know.
Okay.
Could have. I'm not sure.
Okay.
I just.
And where was this at?
I have no idea.
Okay.
I just found it online.
1967.
He's the Trans Day of Visibility founder.
Okay. So he's like William Penn. He's the Billy Penn of the trans community. I got you.
Oh God, weird.
I think the difference is that back in the day, people who just wanted to be who they are didn't want to talk about it all the time. They just wanted to be.
Mm-hmm.
Nowadays, it's imposed on everybody.
Yeah.
You need to recognize me. You need to say out loud my pronouns. You need to alter yourself. And so I think that's the difference.
It's almost like, you know, if I were to sit there, let's say there was somebody in the trans community that was giving me like a lecture on the use of pronouns. Like I would sit here and say, I don't have anything against you. You do you, live your life. My only thing is there's like two basic staples for me when we talk anything LGBTQ+. Number one, I think it's a mental health issue. And number two, I'm opposed to gender mutilation of minors. That I am adamantly against that. I don't think we should be allowing 8, 10, and 12-year-olds to make a life-altering decision of getting rid of one of the body parts you were born with. Now, if you're 18 and you're an adult and you want to do any of that, knock yourself out. If you want to tuck it, if you want to trim it, if you want to chop it off, that's fine. Go ahead. You do you. You only get one life.
You said you were going to get to this story later, but I apologize. I'm going to trump you on it right now. Cut 8.
You're going to trump me? No pun intended.
This is Jonathan Haidt. He is the author of The Anxious Generation.
Oh, yes. That's the story I mentioned.
Yeah, he's an American social psychologist and author. He sat down with PBS Firing Line on Friday night and discussed exactly what we're discussing about how he believes. So his whole hypothesis on this generation, Gen Z, is that a lot of their mental issues are from social media.
Yep.
And he kind of has the data to back that up. And he also believes that this trans movement that is, they say is popular, but we know it's really a really small percentage of people, that it's all kind of fueled by social media as well, as well as for females, because they're always looking for acceptance. So I'm going to play this, and then, Nick, you can discuss what you were going to discuss later. This is cut 8. Phil, go.
So there's very important older research by Nicholas Christakis and James Fowler, where they looked at, they had gigantic health data sets, the Framingham Heart Study, and they were able to see that, if one person takes up smoking, their friends are more likely to take up smoking, but actually so are their friends, and even friends. So the things we do spread out through social network. We affect each other. Now, it turns out, when you're looking at emotions, girls and women, when this study women, when a woman is depressed, that spreads out to her network, whereas when a man is depressed, it doesn't. Women talk about their feelings. They're more connected in that way. Girls, you're connecting on social media, where it just turns out in many communities, the more anxious and depressed you are, the more you get support. The more extreme your symptoms, the more you get likes and followers. Of course, it's good to destigmatize social mental illness. We don't want people to be ashamed, but boy, is it a terrible idea to valorize it, to tell young people, you know what? The more you have this, the more popular you'll be, the more support you'll get. And so you get this explosion, not just of anxiety. Anxiety is in part, I think, spread sociogenically, it's called, from social causes, not from internal causes. But we get it for dissociative identity disorder, and it seems to be the case for gender dysphoria as well.
And you think that the data demonstrates that it is above and beyond just the phenomenon of coming out and increased awareness?
Mm-hmm. Yes, because it happens in clusters of girls. It happens in clusters of girls who had no previous gender dysphoria when they were young. So it's very different from the kinds of gender dysphoria cases that we've known about for decades. I mean, it is a real thing. But what happened, especially when girls got YouTube and Instagram early, but then especially TikTok, girls get sucked into these vortices, and they take on each other's purported mental illnesses. So
there you go.
All right, there he is, noted right-winger Jonathan Haidt, a.k.a. social psychologist at NYU Stern. I said that tongue-in-cheek. And he's got that book out, The Anxious Generation, How the Great Rewiring of Childhood is Causing an Epidemic of Mental Illness. So he is an expert. I'm just a talking head, and we both agree that this is a mental illness. So I think, honestly, and this is not to sound harsh, we should stop celebrating mental illness and treat mental illness. When you have a top psychologist saying that social media and smartphones are to blame for this, I think we're at a point now, and again, this is such a small percentage of people, but this is the new trend. This is the new fad. This is the new soccer. I swear you might have said this. I apologize if I'm wrong, but last week you said something. This is like the goth movement from 30 years ago.
Yep.
Where that was the new thing and people did it for a while.
Absolutely.
Although I don't think this is going to go away like goth did.
Well, the problem with the goth thing is that people dressed up, put on black lipstick or whatever, and had black trench coats on, had Marilyn Manson shirts on, pretended they worshiped the devil, and then they grew out of it. The problem with a lot of this now is that people are actually getting body parts chopped off.
Yeah, well, yeah.
So there's really no coming back from that.
I just don't see this. I mean, yes, you see the stories, you hear the stories, those that have the gender mutilation, and then they regret it and wish they could undo it, or they try to undo it with other procedures. This, to me, especially starting as early as it is, I don't think most people will go or grow out of this fad. I think this is, hey, at 12 or 14, you start getting into this stuff. I mean, this is something that I think carries on through adulthood unless parents try to go about treating it. But then again, we've seen stories where families are losing their children, where the government is stepping in. And that's really the scary part.
Because they say it's abuse.
Right. It's neglect.
Neglect, yeah. Child abuse or child neglect.
I do think that there's, I want to read this guy's book because I am interested in it, because I do think that there is a lot of what he's saying. I mean, as far as the, kids are, especially at a certain age, are looking for an identity.
Yeah.
And if they see that these people are getting all this attention for coming out as trans or whatever, non-binary, they're going to flock to that because they're like, oh, I'm kind of struggling with my identity too, as most people are in 13, 14 years old.
Yep.
They gravitate towards this. I can see this happening.
Yeah, I've been saying social media and smartphones have made us what we are in today's society because, I mean, let's be real. Nobody can put down their devices.
Yeah.
It's really an addiction. And then you have young, impressionable people that then throw in the pandemic as well. The last thing we needed was children that were on their phones 5 hours a day then going virtual, not going to school, and then going from 5 hours a day on their TikTok device to 8 hours a day.
Yeah.
Well, that was the topic a couple years ago, the book Irreversible Damage, Seducing Our Daughters, the whole thing. That was that book that detailed that about gender dysphoria, and especially how the social media, for whatever reason, girls are more attracted to this.
Well, I think he makes a great point. I think he's spot on. Women and females and young ladies, they express their emotions and what they're going through far better, I think, most of the time than guys do. Guys just kind of, I don't even want to say compartmentalize. I'm talking about guys that are struggling or boys and young men. Mm-hmm. It's like they bottle it up. They bury it. And then when they do talk about it, it usually comes out in the worst of ways, because men sometimes have trouble controlling their anger, their temper, their emotions, and it's just like Mount Vesuvius all of a sudden. It's just like, whoosh. So.
Pro-Palestinian protesters crashed in Easter Vigil at St. Patrick's Cathedral.
This is terrible.
It's a sin.
Yeah, so they were in the middle of their Easter Sunday Mass, and this group of like 3 or 4 people get up on the what do you call? I don't want to say staged on. I don't want to be disrespectful. What do you call it?
When you walk up the little step or two to the podium where the mass is being conducted.
I like the way Greg is.
What do we call that? Actually, that's a good question. What is that? It's not a stage.
Yeah,
front of the church.
Yeah, but
by the altar.
The altar. There
Thank
it is.
you.
I knew there was a word for that.
That's the word I was looking for. So they come up with a giant banner that says "Silence equals death." Nick Kayal, if you will do me a favor, my friend, because a lot of this is a little visual. If you can describe it for me, I'd appreciate it.
Absolutely.
This is cut 18. Philip, go.
All right, so they're up on the altar. 3 individuals. That banner's got to be at least 10 feet long.
It's huge, yeah.
Look at this. Now you've got some of the church officials, some of the altar men maybe, or a little physical there too.
It gets a little physical.
Uh-huh. Now they're escorting them off stage to the right.
Left.
Or to the left.
Yeah.
I love these condensed videos. Everybody looks like Oompa Loompas. Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, most of these people just kind of sitting there taking, and there comes the police. So they have an or a security guard there. You said this is St. Patrick's Cathedral in New York?
Yep.
Just imagine if this were a mosque, a Muslim, and the altar, the front of the church there. I mean, this is a holy place of consecration, symbolizing the sacrifice of Jesus Christ, of the Savior. Can you only imagine if a group of individuals did this at pick any other religion?
Also, what I said in the big take when we came out at 6:30 this morning.
They'd be beheaded.
Yeah. It's, this won't make a lot of the newscasts. This won't be discussed. It's okay when it's, the Christian faith or the Catholic denomination, but any other religion or identity, this would be a hate crime. This would be wall-to-wall coverage. And look, you have your right to protest. There's no doubt about it. But it's just so low class. I mean, you could do that outside on the steps of the church. You could do it on the sidewalk, in the parking lot. But walking right into a service, it's just completely disrespectful.
Governor Kathy Hochul was on the Reverend, and I say the word Reverend in quotations, the Reverend Al Sharpton show on MSNBC, because in my opinion he's just a race hustler, but I guess he's a reverend as well, has his own show on MSNBC.
I didn't know he had his own show. I thought he was just a contributor.
No, it's a Politics Nation, I think it's called. It's on Saturdays. He used to have like a primetime show, and then it got, nobody watched it, so they moved him to Saturdays. Yeah. So this is Governor Kathy Hochul's first interview since she was asked to leave the the wake of Officer Diller in New York City, or Long Island, actually. She doesn't actually say that she was asked to leave. She went up there and said that, she went up there to pay her respects, and blah, 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 blah. But this is her conversation with the Rev on Saturday. I'm going to cut. What cut are we at here? Excuse me for a second here, guys. I'm sorry. Cut 11, Phil. Go.
And so let's go. Joining me now is New York Governor Kathy Hochul, a Democrat. Governor, let's start with the fatal shooting of New York City police officer Jonathan Diller, which has dominated the news in your state since his death on Monday. Former President Donald Trump attended the wake on Long Island Thursday. Yesterday, you went to the wake as well, and you met with family members. The tragedy obviously sparked a debate about crime, guns, and criminal justice, and many of us deplore the shooting of policemen. You've been consistent with that, but also consistent with everyone must stay within the law. What can you share about your thoughts on these issues as crime statistically has gone down in your
so
state?
Painful.
But what do we need to do more of?
Land the plane, dude.
Well, thank you, Reverend, for having me back on the show. And yesterday and today, the day of the funeral, it's been a heartbreaking experience for all New Yorkers. We grieve with this family, especially a young widow who has a 1-year-old son who'll be raised without his father because of the horrific acts by a brazen criminal. And I went to the wake to meet the family and speak to everyone from his wife and mother, father, brothers, sisters. Everyone is just so distraught. And yes, there's a lot of anger. Understandably, there's anger about how these individuals who commit crimes over and over are back out on the streets again. So that's one of the reasons we worked hard with the legislature last year to change the bail laws so the judges have more discretion. And, there's a lot of complicated factors here, but I totally understand the outrage of the family. I do, and we're working hard to keep crime down. But speaking of our efforts, you know what we've done in the subways, Reverend Al. We were there together talking about it a couple weeks ago. We first deployed the National Guard, which there's a lot of criticism of. But these are simply people that are as a deterrent, a presence. Crime has gone down since we added them to the force that our Mayor Adams has brought in reinforcements. And so it's necessary to calm it all down. We changed the laws last year. Recidivism is down 40%. We're getting more guns off the street, but we have so much more work to do. And that's why my plan before the legislature brings more money for law enforcement, district attorneys, diversion programs, alternative courts, so we can get young people off the streets and into programs before they get hardened and are places we can never pull them back from. So it's comprehensive. It's something we are focused on day in and day out. But today we mourn the life of this wonderful young man who was willing to put his life on the line to protect all of us so we can sleep better at night. And so we respect police and law enforcement here in the state of New York.
No, they don't. They don't respect police and law enforcement in the state of New York or in any other blue city. So, and let's really get to the heart of this as far as this new theme of crime is actually down. Stats show. Yeah, crime is down. When you don't arrest people, crime goes down because it doesn't show up on the books. And when you do arrest people but fail to prosecute them and let them walk and drop charges, crime is also down. So that's a misnomer. But this is the byproduct of the defund the police movement. And I mentioned this in the big take, the audacity of all of them to show up, whether it was Hochul, Eric Adams, Alvin Bragg, prosecutors, judges. And that's the other thing that really needs to be highlighted. These judges need to be roasted as well, because they're the ones letting the criminals that do get prosecuted off lightly. And the last thing I would just say is when it comes to these governors and these mayors that show up for these photo ops, you're not fooling anybody. And oh, by the way, your policies, I don't know who they placate to, because career criminals and convicted felons that you're helping out, they can't vote anyway. And most of the people that live in these impoverished communities that want more law enforcement, I don't think they're going to vote for you when you're taking police off the streets from their neighborhoods.
Did you ever hear Al Sharpton versus the teleprompter?
Yes.
Is the teleprompter undefeated?
It's so good.
It is. It is amazing. There's like 19 different montages of him, but I'll just play one for you.
And we will much about that be committed. So there's no real conflict. Michael Druniak, including Lincoln himself, Daniel Day-Lewis. Behind Monica Lewinsky, the one and only Trey Songz is here. But Allison Lundergan Grimes, Gina De Jesus, when Gina De Jesus, Tea Party challenger Matt Bivens. People don't want to have their Social Security overall. The Republican savior, Mark Rubio's big night. In evolution and Galileo, this whole thing of Galileo, America's changed. Unless IT and Skillets, President Putin doing something similar back in, it won't change this fundamental fact about the GOP. Just how absurd these attacks is. Nearly 6 months after the dangerous traffic jam, the Thai military says, my friend for many years, Ilyana Van Zandt.
Wow.
There's nothing there.
There's nothing there.
Amazing.
Dawn, you've said many times on this show that reading from the prompter is a skill set. I think Reverend Al just proved that not anybody can do it.
Amen to that, right?
Yep.
So funny. Classic.
There's nothing there. There's nothing there. Be like me doing my big take. There's nothing there.
On Thursday, former President Trump was at the wake of Officer Diller, and Joe Biden was at a Radio City Music Hall, a fundraiser with former presidents Clinton and Obama.
I think Lizzo was there too.
Lizzo was there. Stephen Colbert hosted.
Oh.
It was like a $25,000. Well, no, they raised $25 million, right, or something. But,
yes.
but it cost a lot to get
million.
there.
Yeah.
People paid as much as $500,000
exactly
to go to that.
There was a huge range, but if you wanted your picture taken with them and you wanted to be right up there with them, they had all.
Did you get dinner? Did you get a meal?
I don't think so.
Oh.
So this was a closed event, so there wasn't a lot of audio that I could pull from it, but I have a couple clips here that were played over the weekend. Going back to the playbook of democracy is at stake. It's literally at stake.
Right.
This is cut 12. Phil, go.
I think our democracy is at stake. Not a joke. I think democracy is literally at stake. Look, I wasn't going to run in 2020 because I just lost my son Bo a little earlier. And until I'd watched what happened down in Virginia when those folks came out of the fields carrying torches and Nazi flags.
There you go.
I think our democracy.
Yeah, I'm sure that was the motivating factor for Joe in 2017 to run in 2020 was the tiki torches. I love that too. You know, it's fascinating that you can say democracy is on the ballot and democracy is under attack when it's your party that's going against the complete notion of democracy, right? Like, hey, let's take the Republican frontrunner off of ballots. Doesn't seem like something you would want to do in a democracy. Let's try to block third parties from running and shun guys like RFK Jr. and force them to be independents. Doesn't seem like something you would do if you believed in democracy. Very fascinating dichotomy versus what your actual campaign strategy is.
One more clip from him at the elite fundraiser that he had on Thursday. This is cut 13. Phil, go.
We're at a real inflection point in history. Things are changing. This guy denies there's a global warming. This guy wants to get rid of not only Roe v. Wade, but which he's brags about having done. He wants to get rid of the ability of anyone anywhere in America to ever choose. I mean, all the things he's doing are so old. Speaking of old.
Speaking of old, where am I?
And
where's Jackie?
You know, a little old and out of shape. Anyway.
Boy, look at that panelist. Can we go back and freeze the end of that? You've got Colbert, Biden, Obama, and Clinton.
Yep.
$26 million. And Joe couldn't carve out 26 minutes of his day to go to the wake for Officer Diller. Michael Pelka says he just texted us. That clip has $32 in it for the grammar jar, by the way, he said. I think he's referring to Reverend Al.
Oh, that's funny.
Yeah. That's Reverend Al's contributions to the Travis Manion Foundation.
That is funny.
Right there. So President Trump does go. I don't know if you saw this on the way out of leaving Long Island. The New York Post, I guess, chronicled the story of Trump stopping by to grab food to go from one of the legendary burger places in Long Island.
Yep.
And the order consisted of, now obviously this is not all for Trump, 18 double cheeseburgers, 10 hot dogs, 2 quarter-pounder hamburgers with cheese. Those are for Trump, I would assume. 20 fries and 10 onion rings. They dropped $200 on their way out of Long Island at Burger Frank's. It's called All American. Looks like on one of those old school burger joints you would see like in the 60s.
Yep. By the way, if you're not watching right now, youtube.com/@1210WPHT, youtube.com/@1210WPHT. If you're watching right now, please hit the like button. And also, if you're not done so, please hit the subscribe button. The Joe Biden campaign just released a new ad aimed at Nikki Haley voters. And it's just a montage of Trump saying that he is, insulting Nikki Haley and says he doesn't really care if Nikki Haley voters come and vote for him or not. Nick, if you will, watch along with this and describe. I think there's some words on the screen too for those listening on the Odyssey app and on 1210 WPHT. This is cut 14. Phil, go.
Bird brain. I call it bird brain. Nikki Haley has made an unholy alliance with rhinos, never-Trumpers, Americans for no prosperity. She was sitting there like... She's gone crazy. She's a very angry person. She is not presidential timber. I don't need votes. We have all the votes we need. She's gone haywire. There aren't that many never-Trumpers anymore.
How do you bring these Nikki Haley voters back into the tent?
I'm not sure we need too many.
All right, so if you were following along just on radio, a lot of graphics saying that if you're a Nikki Haley voter and supporter, Trump doesn't want you, MAGA will reject you. My takeaway from that is the obvious is you're going after your rival in Trump. But that to me feels like, just watching it and the way that is framed in the little excerpts of Trump over 5 or 6 different press gatherings or times where he spoke, it seems like the Biden administration is saying, hey, vote for us. If you're not welcomed within the Trump faction of the Republican Party, we will gladly take Nikki Haley voters on this side. Is that the takeaway you got from that?
Yes.
Because, I mean, there's nothing other than, like, there's no skin in the game, so to speak, for Biden if you're just, other than bashing Trump. So you're hoping, in what should be, from an anticipation standpoint, an election that was closer than it was in 2020. If the Biden camp can just pluck off, I don't know, 5 or 10% of the Nikki Haley base, could determine a swing state.
100%. So you think this is a smart move by the Biden campaign?
I do.
Yeah.
I do. And I would like to think that MAGA Republicans would welcome in Nikki Haley voters, whether or not she endorses Trump or not, because I think you're going to need every one of them.
I think a lot of the people who voted for Nikki Haley in the states where, Democrats, independents, Republicans could vote, they were Democrats anyway. I don't think registered Republicans will vote for Biden. And I think a lot of those people who voted for Nikki Haley are Democrats who were never going to vote Republican. So we're looking at, that small sliver of independents or individuals who really, are a conservative, but they're a never Trumper. So now what are they going to do? Who are they going to vote for? And will they go for an independent candidate like
good question.
West or RFK Jr.? Or will they, at the end of the day, 7 months from now, will they just vote for the R?
Right.
No, I don't think they'll vote for the R. I think a
You
lot
think
of
they'll
people
vote for Biden?
No, I don't. Well, he'll get a few. I don't know if it's going to be enough to matter, but I think a lot of them, like the never Trumpers, as you call them, just won't vote for president or write somebody in.
I just think
I know people that'll do that.
Yeah.
I think it's just difficult to sit here and say any vote won't matter. Like, when we think about some of these swing states from 4 years ago, I mean, Georgia was decided by 10,000 and change.
Yeah.
That is so small. That is so flippable, so reversible.
You keep asking, Nick, if if I think that the turnout in 2024 is going to be the same or bigger than 2020, and I think the answer to that is no. I just think that at the time, 2020, all the circumstances because of what was happening with COVID and everything like that, I think that the waters were warm for a huge turnout election. I don't think that – I think, to be honest with you, and I'm seeing it in a lot of meetings that I've been in with, agencies and ad people, this is a lot of people view this as the election that nobody wants. Nobody wants this election. And I just don't think that – I think that you're going to get, the diehards on both sides that are coming out, but I don't think it's going to be a historic turnout election.
Well, I mean, there's data that confirms what you're saying. I mean, we've seen many polls that people have said they're not enthused or enthralled by either option, but I do think we will continue to hear the vocal diehards on both sides. So I don't think you can say people aren't pumped up for this election, because if you're a Trump supporter, with all the indictments and all the persecutions and prosecutions and the censorship and how you were smeared as being a conspiracy theorist and largely proven right on many things over the last 4 years, this upcoming November 5th, I mean, that's your day of retribution. That's your day of payback. You're ready to vote for Trump and hopefully get a victory. Same thing can be said on the other side. Those that hate Donald Trump, they're going out there not because they're banging their chest saying, look how great Joe has done, because they know Joe has not been successful, but they just can't stand Trump. And any chance they get a chance to show up and vote against that guy, they do it, and they wear it with a badge of honor. So to your point, I think both factions will still be motivated. I think it's the middle that is completely glazed over.
I agree.
That moderate independent out there.
Yep.
And they're probably I'd like to vote for RFK, but I don't like his stance on vaccines, or I don't like his stance on this. And then they might, maybe the biggest takeaway is the amount of registered voters that will just sit it out this year, which I would actually argue sitting it out is probably a vote against Joe Biden.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah, 100%. 100%.
But
yeah.
I wonder, Greg, of the independents or conservatives who you feel will sit out, I wonder, I'll tell you, I know people who just felt like they are Republicans, but they did not like Trump's tweets. And then they said they voted for the independent candidate last time around. This time around, they say...
Who was the independent candidate last time around?
Oh, my gosh.
Gary...
It was a woman. No, it was a woman.
Gary.
Jill Stein?
No.
That was 2016.
It was a woman who got the most... No, in 2020 I'm talking about.
I don't know.
Oh, my gosh. She was from North Carolina. I'll think of her name in a second. She got a ton of votes. But I think among registered Republicans... So many people have told me, you know what, last time around, I voted for the independent. I just didn't vote for Trump. It was a huge mistake. That's what I hear all the time.
I hope they've learned, because I would argue in 2024, and this is specifically for registered Republicans I'm talking to, if you are a registered Republican and you don't vote Donald Trump, you are a loser. I'm just saying that. I'm talking to the Republican audience and the faction of Republicans.
I hate to say what you're saying.
Such a loser.
I hate to say this, bro, but you're talking to a lot of people in Pennsylvania, dude.
I know.
A lot of people listen to this radio station. You're just called a loser.
You're a loser for doing that.
Okay.
How can you sit here and justify Joe Biden and the failed policies? I would ask every registered Republican that's a non-Trump person that says Trump is off the table, how can you justify that? Explain it to me. Economically, crime, the border, on down the list. You don't have to like Trump. You don't have to love Trump. But if you were to compare the policy side by side, because how often have we had this scenario where you had one president, then a new president, and then the guy from 8 years ago is running again? This is the first time it's happened since 1956, I think. And by the way, that person did not get a second term. How can you look at the two resumes and argue against voting for Trump? And oh, by the way, complain about it. That's why I would be so mad at you and I would call you a loser. And I'm not trying to offend the audience. I'm not saying, but my point being, you can't cry about the failed policies of Biden and then not vote for Trump. That's like you sitting here, I'm overweight, I want to lose 20 pounds, but I don't want to do what I have to do to lose the weight. Here's what you have to do. Eat less and work out more. Just gave you the solution. So voting against or not voting for Trump as a never Trump, if you're a moderate Chris Christie Republican type, I don't know what to do for you then. What are you going to do? You're going to tweet about it for the next 4 years until your fingers bleed?
Here's what I'll point out to you. Joe Jorgensen was the libertarian who got 79,397 votes in 2020 in Pennsylvania. And remember, Trump lost by 80,000 votes.
Mm-hmm.
So that libertarian in Pennsylvania cost Donald Trump, so maybe 1% in Pennsylvania, 1.1%, and then the write-ins 0.1%. That otherwise it was a virtual tie. Because remember, Trump had 48.8% of the vote in PA, and Biden, according to the stats, 50%. So that libertarian Joe Jorgensen, that vote cost Trump, and that's interesting to me because you've talked a lot about, RFK Jr., how much of the vote and who it hurts this time around.
And I would say the other way around. Remember when I was first starting this show, I was going for DeSantis over Trump in the early days before the primary, and then saw that DeSantis just wasn't ready and it was a losing endeavor. He was not running a great campaign. But let's just put it this way. If DeSantis was the nominee, or if Nikki Haley was the nominee, and you're a Trump MAGA supporter and you decided not to vote for one of them, I would say the same thing about you. Dawn always says, Democrats at the end of the day rally behind their candidate, get behind their guy or their gal, and are in full unity. This faction divide of I can't vote for this Republican or I won't support that Republican because I didn't get my way, so I'm just going to sit it out. That's a loser mentality because you're giving it to the Democrats. I'm not saying you got to love Trump, just like it's the other way around. I'm not saying you got to, if Nikki Haley was the option. Yeah, she's a rebranded, repackaged, old school, old guard Republican from the Bush, Cheney, McCain days. Do I want that? No. But is that still, if you told me my options were Nikki Haley, a.k.a. old school Republican, or Joe Biden, I would sprint to the ballot box and still vote for Nikki Haley. That's why this is where Republicans need to rally and unite, which I'm telling you, the year will be 2050. We will still be doing this show, and Dawn will still be saying it. Get it together, GOP. Which at that point, I'm probably just going to want to blow my head off.
I want to highlight something that Frank Luntz said. The pollster, Frank Luntz.
I like that guy.
He's a really bad rug.
The hair is bad.
What appears to me as
But he's very objective. He's not a shill for the left.
I guess I have to say that because I don't know for a fact that he wears a toupee. But I mean, if you look at him, if you're watching right now on YouTube, he definitely does. But he's saying something here that liberals just don't understand this, and I wish that I wish they would, because they don't understand because let's face it, Trump is not the most pious person in the world. And everybody's left-wing Twitter is always like, why do evangelicals support him? Mm-hmm. And all I want to say to them is it's not because of him. It's because of what he does for them.
Right.
And I don't mean that in a derisive way. I mean, he's very good at protecting the evangelicals, and he puts their needs first. He will fight for them. And liberals just don't understand that.
Nope.
I can't believe these evangelicals support him. Frank Luntz, I think, said it a lot better than I just did. This is cut 15. Phil, go.
Yeah, we're feeling that already. Today, Good Friday, Easter, of course, this weekend, Trump is hoping his supporters will buy the Bibles that he is now selling. Let's watch.
All Americans need a Bible in their home, and I have many. It's my favorite book. It's a lot of people's favorite book. This Bible is a reminder that the biggest thing we have to bring back America and to make America great again is our religion.
I saw you there, Frank, shaking your head, but that's also, I wonder if that's because the multiple times, and I want to play this, that Trump has really had these awkward exchanges when it comes to religion and his faith. Here is two of them, including one with you back in 2015.
But have you ever asked God for forgiveness? I'm not sure I have. I just go and try and do a better job from there. I don't think so.
I think if I do something wrong, I think I just try and make it right. I don't bring God into that picture. I don't.
I'm wondering what one or two of your most favored Bible verses are and why.
I wouldn't want to get into it because to me that's very personal. You know, when I talk about the Bible, it's very personal, so I don't want to get into verses. I don't want to get into...
There's no verse that means a lot to you that you think about or cite?
The Bible means a lot to me, but I don't want to get into specifics.
Your question there, Frank, as I'm refreshed in my memory, it was such a good one there. And yet, despite these moments and others, to this day, polls show white evangelical voters are hugely behind him. Why?
I know it sounds contradictory, but they trust him to protect those of faith. The Republican Party, now some people think it's gone too far, and notice I said the word faith, not religion. This is about faith. It's about a private relationship between you and your God. And religion is the named brand of it, and that's not really what this is about. Voters, evangelical voters, trust Donald Trump to protect them and to allow them to practice their faith, and they don't have the same confidence with the Democratic Party. Just as Democrats trust the ability to keep religion and government separate. This is why you have Democrats and Republicans. I just find it unseemly that you're hawking a Bible. You hawked sneakers a few weeks ago. You sell perfume. You sell trading cards. You used to sell beef or meat or whatever you want to call it. It doesn't seem proper. But I want to emphasize, it doesn't seem to matter. The public is still narrowly in favor of Trump. So clearly something is going on that all of these issues do not seem to be having the impact that one would expect.
All right, so there's a lot to unpack. Number one, I've always viewed Trump not to be a politician but a businessman, and I think that's why he appeals to so many. And as a business person, you are a capitalist, so I don't begrudge him, even though it is kind of funny. I don't think, and so I ticked off the non-Trump base of the Republican Party in my audience this morning. Now I'll piss off the Trump base of my audience. I don't think Trump can name a single verse from the Bible. But you know what? I don't care. He's the piñata for Republicans. He goes to bat for Republicans and conservatives, and that's why they love him. He is willing to take all of the bullets and all of the swings from the media, the left, and Democrats, and that's why he is loved by 74 million plus people that voted for him. So the fact that the left still can't figure it out is on them.
Agreed.
But to me, I like Trump, and this is why I'm not a Trump apologist. I don't think Trump's religious. I don't think he's remotely religious. I could be wrong. It's just my opinion. I don't think he's religious. But I like Trump because he made my life better. That's why. I'm not one of these people that walks around and says Trump created oxygen and Trump could walk on water and all this stuff. But I love that he is the opposite of the swamp. And for 3 years before COVID, my life was pretty darn good. For all the Nick's a Trump MAGA, like everybody's fired up today. I'm seeing all the messages.
Are you?
Yeah.
Why are you concentrating on that?
Tweets.
Don't concentrate on that.
No, tweets. Not the YouTube chat. I don't look at the YouTube chat.
Okay. That's what I do, right?
Same 9 people just having a show in there. Have at it.
YouTube.com/@1210WPHT if you want to jump in on the fun and frivolity. Actor Michael Rappaport, who used to be a very outspoken liberal and Trump hater on Twitter, seemed to change his tune a little bit.
Yeah.
And he even went so far over the weekend as to say he's not going to vote for Biden at this point.
But he's still saying something else that he's been saying for a while.
Well, let's dissect it. Cut 17. Phil, go.
My political views have changed immensely. I will not vote for Joe Biden. At this point, when we're doing this interview, voting for Trump is on the table. People are like, what are you talking about? That's my reality. I will not support anybody who's anti-Israel. I will not support anybody that is anti-making America safe, that is cool with the fact that I got to show my ID at least 3 or 4 times at the airport, but it takes you 2 minutes to cross the border. I'm not down with that. I'm not down with police officers in the greatest city on earth getting beaten up. You're a legal immigrant, and then you have no bail. I'm not...
And flipping off the camera.
Flipping off the camera. I'm not down with going into a Costco or a 7-Eleven, cleaning out the spot. So any of these people that support it, I'm not voting for them. I'm not getting caught up or suckered into these race politics or any of that anymore.
So all of that sounds great from Michael Rappaport, and the new revelation is that he's not going to vote for Biden, but he continues to say, and he has been saying this for months and months and months now, voting for Trump is on the table. I get it. It's only April 1st. You still have a handful of months. You have a half a year left till you make your vote. But Michael Rappaport, go out there, and just like I said to anybody that's a Republican that wouldn't vote for Trump, that is not enthused with Biden, then go out there and vote for Trump. Don't just keep saying, here's what you do, Michael Rappaport. As somebody who is pro-Israel, pro-police, you live in New York, you're Jewish, vote for Trump. Not only vote for him, go out and publicly say you did it. Tweet it. Take a picture of yourself at your precinct when you vote and say, you know what, Hollywood? Yeah, I voted for Trump. What are you going to do? You're going to blackball me? You're going to cut me off from the is he a comedian? What does he do specifically?
No, he's an actor.
Okay, he's an actor. Yeah. So, okay, Hollywood, shun me. I voted for Trump and I voted for a Republican. Oh, my God, the humanity of it. Oh, I should never be able to work and make a living again because I voted Republican.
This Baltimore man goes off on the Democratic Party claiming that they have done nothing for the black community. He says, you couldn't pay me to vote for a Democrat. This is just one man's opinion. One African-American man cut 9, Phil, go.
You pay me to vote for a Democrat. Local, state, federal elections, I don't care what it is. You couldn't pay me to vote for one. You know why? Because they know that we, and I mean people whose skin color look like mine, they know that we vote party over interest. So after we vote, what do? They don't need us for anything. That's what they do. Year after year after year. I'm from Baltimore. And I go home at least twice a year to see family. Same abandoned homes, same crime rate. We haven't had a Republican mayor since the 60s. And look at our environment. The same can be said for Memphis. The same can be said for St. Louis. The same can be said for Detroit. The same can be said for a lot of these cities all over this country that have been led down the toilet by Democrats for decades. Stop voting party over interest and vote interest over party.
Well said. I do think we have to take it with a grain of salt when you see these videos that go viral on social media. In no way, shape, or form do I think that the black community will vote Trump over Biden overwhelmingly. But I think Trump has chipped away over the last 8 years. I've said this before. You look at his numbers in 2016 with black voters. You look at the increase in 2020, and I do expect that number to go up again here in 2024, probably to the tune of somewhere between 20 and 25%. But I just, and I'm with you on this, Stalker, some of these social media conservative influencers that like tweet out the video, and it's like, okay, it's ball game. That means Joe Biden's losing because we've seen 3 videos in a nation of 300 million people.
I agree. And I take everything Michael Rappaport says with a grain of salt because I think he sees he's getting more views and more clicks now because he is saying things against the Biden administration. So I think he's going to keep that up.
It's the same thing with everybody in Hollywood. You had over the weekend the rapper 50 Cent saying he believes now that Trump will win re-election in 2024. I would just encourage people in America, just because, quote, traditionally you haven't voted Republican, how has Joe Biden improved your life? If you think Joe Biden has made your life better, vote for Joe Biden. I don't care what you do. But some of these people that are afraid to publicly say they're voting for Trump or Republican, man, you got to man up or woman up and just look at the people that are giving you crap right in their face and be like, it's the United States of America. I'll vote for who I want and I'll voice my opinion. Don't act like I'm voting for Osama bin Laden or something. Oh, the way the demonization and the bullying. Get out of here with that. I'm so tired of that.
One more and then we should break. Governor Wes Moore, Maryland Governor Wes Moore, was on State of the Union on a Sunday. And he dismisses some of the Republicans who have tried to blame Baltimore's bridge collapse on DEI, saying, I don't have time for foolishness.
This is the follow-up from the mayor saying that last week.
Exactly. This is cut 6, Phil, go.
Governor, some Republicans are trying to blame the bridge collapse on policies that encourage workplace diversity. A Utah state representative who is running for governor tweeted, quote, this is what happens when you have governors who prioritize diversity over the well-being and security of citizens. Another Republican running for Congress in Florida posted, DEI did this. What's your response?
My response is I have no time for foolishness. I'm locked in. I'm making sure that we can get closure and comfort to these families. I'm making sure that we're going to keep our first responders safe who are doing heroic work. I'm making sure that we are going to open up this channel and be able to get boats and ships and get our economic engine going again. I'm making sure that we're taking care of our people, to include our first responders and families and small businesses who have been impacted by this. And I'm making sure that we are going to get the Key Bridge rebuilt. I have no time for foolishness, and so I'm not going to delve into it.
You call it foolishness. The mayor of Baltimore seemed to go in a different direction. He is black, and he was described in an online post that got millions of views as the DEI mayor. He responded by saying, we know what they say, what they want to say, but they don't have the courage to say the N-word. Is this racism?
Boy, no wonder why nobody
My
watches
focus on
CNN.
making sure that these families are getting the comfort and the closure that they need. Making sure that our first responders are getting the supports that they need. Making sure that we can get these channels open and making sure that we can get this Key Bridge rebuilt. I frankly do not have time to be able to deal with anything else. I'm locked in, and I
kind of applaud the governor, right?
I got to give him credit. He did not take the bait. CNN was really trying to, really trying to get him on.
He doesn't take Dana Bash's bait. And he also handles that entire interview and what his goal is as the governor about getting infrastructure back up and running as soon as possible.
Yep.
He handles that far more professionally than the mayor did.
Yep.
The mayor last week made it sound like, my goal is to make you feel uncomfortable.
Exactly.
He was coming off like he was trying to be some tough guy.
100%.
Yeah, but this governor here of Maryland, the Democrat there, what you said was Wes who?
Westmore.
Yeah, Westmore.
Yeah, no, he did a great job.
Yeah.
The
Nice job out of him.
The media is just trying to, that's what Brandon
Johnson.
No.
Oh, that's Chicago.
The mayor.
Yeah, Brandon.
Whatever
I forget his last name in Baltimore.
He took the bait. He took the bait and called it racism, and therefore it's now everybody's running with it.
And then he was running with the terminology of him being a DEI hire, and we were like, wait a minute, you're not a DEI hire, you're an elected official.
Yep.
DEI hires in corporate America are different than elected officials.
Agreed.
And oh, by the way, I think that guy, the mayor of Baltimore, he got elected by like a margin of 73%.
73%. That's
pretty
correct.
remarkable.
Yeah.
So,
yep.
Yeah. Some people, they don't even know what DEI stands for in the right context.
I know.
It's unbelievable. All right, 8:40, that'll do it for What's on the Cut Sheet Part 1, Part 2, about 1 hour from now. We'll come back and wrap up the 8 o'clock hour with Dawn's Big Three, and we'll do that next here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Before you know it, the grass will be overgrown with weeds, taking away from the beauty of your home. You got to swing into spring with Natural Lawn of America's safer lawn care treatments. Natural Lawn has been creating green lawns, lush lawns quickly, more naturally, and with fewer weeds for more than 35 years now. Okay, this is not your one-size-fits-all lawn care company. I can attest to that. Natural Lawn's certified specialists, they tailor their treatments to your lawn's specific needs. And they use exclusive organic-based fertilizers and safer weed and insect controls that give you the results you want and the peace of mind, of course, that you deserve. Locally owned, family operated right here in Pennsylvania and New Jersey, Natural Lawn is competitively priced and has a satisfaction guarantee. Get started today. Take advantage of their limited time offer right now. Free seeding every year. Just schedule Natural Lawn's full service program. Get free seeding every year. 800-FREE-SEED or visit naturallawn.com. So call 800-FREE-SEED or naturallawn.com. Trust the leader in organic-based lawn care, My Lawn Care Company, Natural Lawn of America. Greener grass, fewer weeds, guaranteed. Tell Dawn sent you.
If they get the game in tonight, which I think they will, the Philadelphia Phillies they're home against the Cincinnati Reds. It looks like the Phillies are a -1.5. Over-under is 8. I like the Phillies at -1.5 and the over for the 8 runs. Dingers, blasts, moonshots, whatever you call them. Everyone loves home runs. And with FanDuel's Dinger Tuesdays, you can love them even more. That's right, Dinger Tuesdays are back for another season on America's #1 sportsbook. Just bet on a player to homer, and FanDuel will give you $5 in bonus bets for every home run hit during that game. As if you needed another reason to love the long ball, visit FanDuel.com/Greg, FanDuel.com/Greg to get in on all the action on Dinger Tuesdays. That's FanDuel.com/Greg. Make every moment more with FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, official sports betting partner of Major League Baseball, and 1210 WPHT, 21 and over, President PA. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Max bonus $25 per game. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hey everyone, it's Ted from Consumer Cellular, the guy in the orange sweater, and this is your wake-up call. If you're paying too much for wireless service, you don't have to keep having that nightmare. Consumer Cellular has the same fast, reliable coverage as the leading carriers for up to half the cost. So why keep spending more than you have to? Seriously, wake up and call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com.
Savings based on cost of Consumer Cellular single line 1, 5, and 10 gig data plans with unlimited talk and text compared to lowest cost single line postpaid unlimited talk, text, and data plans offered by T-Mobile and Verizon January 2024.
If you want jazz music, go to New Orleans. Bagels, New York. And for psychics, think California Psychics. You want the best, you go to the best. At California Psychics, home of free spirits and open minds, we know better than anyone what makes a good psychic. That's why we guarantee, if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com and experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6481. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. There is zero risk to you. If we can't reduce your tax debt, then you pay nothing. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have a 5-star rating on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6481. That's 800-575-6481. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at renofy.com/notices. Texting enrolls for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply. Reply stop, opt out.
John, I'm putting my foot down. We can't put off renovating this house any longer. Our kitchen is so small. We need to finish the basement for the kids, and don't even get me started on the bathrooms.
Honey, renovating is so expensive. We can't do all those projects.
With Renofy, we can.
What's Renofy?
Renofy loans are a new type of home equity loan only for homeowners doing renovations. We can get up to $500,000 and keep our existing low mortgage rate locked in.
With Renofy, we can do everything on our renovation list and we don't have to refinance?
That's right. Renofy loans are the only home equity loan that use the after renovation value.
Just what we need. How do we get started with Renofy?
Just send them a text.
Text BASEMENT to 323232 and see if you qualify for up to $500,000 to renovate your home with Renofy. Unlock the future value of your home right now to get the money you need without refinancing. Text the word BASEMENT to 323232 to get started today. Text BASEMENT to 323232.
NMLS number 1802847. Not all borrowers or properties qualify. Loan terms apply.
Tune in to Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturdays at 11 a.m. to hear Phil Cannella and Joanne Small. The Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturday mornings at 11 on Talk Radio 1210.
Dom Giordano at noon. Kayal and Company now on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
There's a black man with a black cat living in a black neighborhood.
Kayal and Company, 8:47 as we continue. Morning mystery movie clip coming up in just about 30 minutes. What's on tap for the Dawn Show? Who won Twitter today? Today in music history, just about 1 hour from now. Also, a couple of interesting stories coming up in the 9 o'clock hour. How the average U.S. worker is cutting out of work earlier and earlier on Fridays now. And also, we have had conversations in the past about being an Android user or an Apple user and how Android users are communists with their green boxes.
Absolutely.
That's actually spilled over to the Justice Department in a lawsuit. We'll get to that story coming up in a little bit. But before all of that, let's get to some of the news. It's time for Dawn Stensland's Big 3 at 8:48.
It's the Big 3 at 8 on Kayal and Company.
Big 3 at 8, sponsored this morning by Anderson Mechanical Corporation, AMC, on this rainy Monday morning, April 1st. No April Fool's Day jokes. Yeah. J.K. Rowling, Harry Potter author, well, she could be arrested any minute in Scotland for making a series of posts misgendering transgender women. This is because of a newly enacted hate crime law, and they have warned her. They've put out the warnings, and the law goes into effect. It went into effect today. It bans hatred on the basis of age, disability, race, religion, sexual orientation, and transgender identity. So if you misgender somebody, that's that if you misgender them, that's a form of hate, they say.
So it's not threatening somebody in the trans community. It's not violence. It's getting their pronouns wrong.
Yes.
Can lead to you being arrested.
Arrested.
And now J.K. Rowling is the creator of Harry Potter, I believe.
Yes.
And she's been very outspoken about this. And she has not caved to the mob, right? She has not let cancel culture take her down yet. Good for her.
Yeah, she says freedom of speech and belief are at an end in Scotland if the accurate description of biological sex is deemed criminal.
And so they're going to arrest her.
So they've warned her already. They're going to arrest her, and it says she's standing strong. And she says by passing this law, they placed a higher value on the feelings of men performing their idea of femaleness. However, opportunist, maybe she's saying it's a situation of being an opportunist, but she says this is stepping on the rights and freedoms of actual women and girls.
Yeah. She's got every right to defend biological females. I have no idea what the crime rate is like in Scotland, but could you imagine in America where we start arresting people for misgendering, yet we don't arrest people for violent crimes or shoplifting and theft in this country? Think about where we are going to allocate resources to arresting people to.
It's so true. Number 2, we have the founder of the popular conservative social media account Libs of TikTok lashing out at, you're going to love this, at Southwest Airlines, accusing them of allowing a, quote, massive obese guy to encroach on her seat during a flight. So she took to her personal account, Chaya, how do you say her name, Rachik?
I've been trying to figure out her name for years. I still can't figure it out.
Chaya Rachik?
Yeah.
She, has more than 500,000 followers. And over the weekend, Easter weekend, she was traveling and said, I'm sitting on a flight squished into the corner because this massive obese guy is taking up half my seat. I paid for a full seat, not half a seat.
Now, do we know if the obese person purchased a second seat and was like overflowing with floppage to the next seat, or was this just one seat? Because either way, I think you should, if your comfort is disrupted, the airline should do something for you. Like if you're sitting, like let's just say rows or seats A, B, C, right? Like towards the window. If you're in the middle seat and there's somebody very, very big on either seat next to you, and it's like, crossing the line, so to speak, the boundary into your seat, I think you have a right to complain.
So you think she has a case to say, I want...
Well, I don't know what the case is, but
50%
I think
back?
I mean, I don't know. I don't know what the compensation should be. But why does my comfort get disrupted? Because you're flowing from one seat into the second.
I like it. Nick Kayal,
I mean,
attorney,
I'll be labeled fatophobic and everything else, but I'd be like, well, wait a minute. My experience is being disrupted too.
That's a great point, though. I mean, if it has nothing, what if somebody had a child on their lap, and they were kind of, between the two of them, they were encroaching on half of your seat?
What would you rather do? Would you rather be sitting in a seat where somebody's waste is coming across into your territory, or would you rather deal with a parent that can't parent his kid that's kicking the back of your chair, or somebody that smells?
I'll be honest. I would never.
I need a poll question.
I would never say a word. I would never say a word because, first of all,
No, if somebody smells, I'm not going to say a word.
Yeah.
But if somebody's like taking up some of my
if they're
seat,
a big person. Like I have a lot of people in my family who, you know what I mean.
but the big people in your family are tall.
They're tall,
They're
but
not
I
fat.
but I have a cousin who's pretty. My second cousin Karen is pretty big, and she talks about it.
What's her name?
Karen.
Karen?
With a K.
Is she a Karen?
No, she's not.
Okay, I'm
She's
just
a
checking.
sweetheart.
Okay.
But I think that, I just would never, I think it's mean to say something.
I'm not saying I would sit there and ridicule the person, but I would be like, can you slide over towards the aisle a little
But if
bit?
they can't, because it's not their fault that they've made these seats much smaller.
Are
They've
the seats smaller, or are humans just getting bigger?
Nope, they've reduced the seat sizes.
So shrinkflation's hit the airline industry.
But I would never, even she tweeted it out, and that person, you know what I mean?
All
I
right.
just would not.
All right.
I don't know, maybe.
To each his own.
I wouldn't. And if they had a kid, I would try to entertain their kid because I know what it's like to have a loud kid on a plane.
Yeah.
Because their ears are popping or whatever.
Mm-hmm. That's why you chew gum.
Yeah, this is true. Give them something to chew.
Yep.
Number 3, I've debated over this one. Number 3, I'm going to go with this one. Delaware County's first DEI director actually was fired.
Delco DEI.
Yeah, her name's Lauren Footman. She was fired after she accused her boss of discrimination. She's an African-American young lady.
Okay.
Now, they say that her firing had nothing to do with any such thing, but
Mhm.
she claims that it was a
Of course.
situation that
Right.
involved racism.
That's right. Well, anytime somebody gets fired, it's always because of their identity. It's never because they just didn't do a good job. They didn't hit a quota. They didn't make their number. They didn't do good in their review. So we just, it's always personal, right? It's never the grown adult that failed's fault. It's always something else.
So she is 32-year-old Lauren Footman. She did file a federal complaint, and she alleges that the chief administration officer, Mark Woolley, treated her as well as other black women unfairly.
Yep.
There you have it.
It's always the white man's fault.
But she's the first ever DEI director. So
DEI. Whole thing should be abolished.
Anderson Mechanical Corporation, they are the people to call. Make sure your home is ready to keep cool this summer. Carrie and Bill, great guys, the entire team, they're so dedicated to providing the highest quality service. Call them today to schedule a spring tune-up and save big time. Just visit amcontheweb.com, amcontheweb.com. Thank you, Anderson Mechanical Corporation, for sponsoring our Big Three.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. 8:56. We'll come back, get into the 9 o'clock hour. What happened to the work ethic of many Americans in this country? We'll get to that story, and also tech wars with the Justice Department when it comes to Apple versus Android. That's coming up next. Kayal and Company, final hour. Stay right there.
The future of medicine is here at QC Kinetics. Yeah, QC Kinetics is the nation's leader in the most exciting revolution in pain management we've seen in decades. I'm talking about regenerative medicine. So if you're tired of achy joints, if your joint pain is keeping you from doing what you love, you need to call my friends at QC Kinetics. Call them now. Surgery, steroids, drugs, these are no longer your best options. Regenerative medicine at QC Kinetics is transforming lives with innovative treatments which deliver lasting results. And we're talking natural biologics here, using your body's own power to repair and restore that damaged tissue. QC Kinetics is under the leadership of National Medical Director Dr. Mitchell Scheinkupp. So Dr. Scheinkupp is a pioneer in this field, by the way, with more than 20 years of clinical work, tons of research, teaching, publishing, etc. So he wants to get you relief with a needle, not a knife. Call QC Kinetics now. Learn more about some exciting options. This is a revolutionary approach that gets you long-term relief with no downtime. Call QC Kinetics now for a free consultation. 215-999-3000, 215-999-3000, 999-3000, QC Kinetics. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Digitizing your media. Become more organized and accomplished, knowing your family's recorded past is safe forever. Take advantage of our spring cleaning sale going on now. It's the easiest task to check off your to-do list.
For a limited time, you can get started for just $9 a tape. Visit legacybox.com/value to get our $9 sale. That's legacybox.com/value to get our $9 offer. legacybox.com/value.
Hey everyone, it's Ted from Consumer Cellular, the guy in the orange sweater, and this is your wake-up call. If you're paying too much for wireless service, you don't have to keep having that nightmare. Consumer Cellular has the same fast, reliable coverage as the leading carriers for up to half the cost. So why keep spending more than you have to? Seriously, wake up and call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com.
Savings based on cost of Consumer Cellular single line 1, 5, and 10 gig data plans with unlimited talk and text compared to lowest cost single line postpaid unlimited talk, text, and data plans offered by T-Mobile and Verizon January 2024.
Space may be the final frontier, but it's also what a lot of us lack in our basement or garage. By switching to a Navien tankless water heater, not only will you have all the hot water you need whenever you need it, but you'll gain storage area as well. Maybe a place to display your space collectibles. Highly logical. Learn about Navien's series of high-efficiency tankless water heaters and how they don't just save space, but save dollars on your utility bills too. For more, go to tanklessmadesimple.com.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. If you're dealing with inflammation or stiff joints, then Glyco Plus from Rescue Natural Supplements can be your ticket to a healthier spring. Glyco Plus features a unique blend of green-lipped muscle complex and UC2 collagen, specifically designed to support joint health. Collagen, a vital component of joint cartilage, plays a crucial role in maintaining strength and flexibility. And right now, Rescue Glyco Plus is buy one, get one free for anyone with our exclusive radio code. Just use the code RELIEF to double up your order for free. Again, that's RELIEF. Call them today at 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483. Speak to a knowledgeable rescue product consultant. You can also use the code online when you visit res-q.com. res-q.com. Get back into action with less pain and more comfort. Again, use the code RELIEF. Buy one, get one free on Rescue Glyco Plus.
WPHT, WPHT-HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Don't let a cold, sinus infection, or allergies ruin your day. Breathe easier, sleep better, and feel healthier with Navage. Visit Navage.com. Walmart, Walgreens, CVS, or a store near you.
Don't let woke win. Follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Welcome back in. Kayal and Company, fourth and final hour underway here on this Monday, the 1st of April. Happy April Fool's Day. Hopefully all of you had a great Easter weekend. What a week it'll be. Our buddy Sean Farish will be in Friday as Dawn embarks on a trip to Italy. She has not packed yet, by the way, folks. And she is a light packer.
Yes, I am.
All right. A couple of stories that I have to get to here, which I find fascinating. I love any story that kind of talks about today's generation versus other generations of the past. I think if you were to look at, and this is not, one size fits all by any stretch. I do think there are hardworking Gen Zers or millennials, certainly Gen Xers. But I think over the course of time, we have slowly become less, I don't know if competitive is the right word, but I think baby boomers are the ultimate grinders, the ultimate hard workers, a generation of kind of roll up your sleeves, get dirty. If you want something in life, go out and get it, seize the moment, take control, and get everything that you feel like you have earned in this lifetime. Gen X, certainly, I think, a hardworking generation, defiant, free speech, the whole bit. I've always said, even though I missed the cutoff by about 3 years, that I feel like I resonate and I identify with Gen X more than I do millennials. I think my generation, especially the younger portion of millennials, into Gen Z and now Gen Alpha, which is apparently the generation that my girls are at 9 years old, they live in this entitlement era. They want things handed to them, and they just think they should get everything right away when they want, because we live in this a la carte on-demand world. So there's this interesting survey from Axios where they looked at a variety of different generations, and they have come to the conclusion that in today's workforce, now, I mean, maybe there's some baby boomers out there that are still working and logging hours in the office. Certainly the Gen Xers and the millennials fall into, I think, a bulk of this survey. But they surveyed 75,000 individuals at 816 companies. And there is a workplace analytics firm that tracks worker productivity. And it's called ActiveTrack, ActiveTrack. And what they have found post-pandemic, because we've talked a lot in the last couple of months about this Bernie Sanders idea of the 4-day work week, which I'm not against. I think if you're an employer or a company and you can be assured that production doesn't decline and you simultaneously get better mental health for your employees, I think it's a win-win. I think it's a fair trade, assuming that your bottom line doesn't decline. And I think as a business owner, that's what you care about. You're not going to give 1 day off extra per week if you're going to take a 16% dip in production, unless you're just in the business of losing money. But they found in this ActiveTrack survey that Friday sign-off times have moved up about an hour from 5 o'clock at the start of 2021 to 3 years later being 4 o'clock now. And Monday through Thursday sign-offs have also shifted earlier to around 5 p.m. on average, possibly because more workers are going into offices and commuting home rather than letting remote work bleed into the evening. That is according to the Wall Street Journal. And with productivity dipping on Fridays as well as earlier out times Monday through Thursday, researchers at Texas A&M University have pinned this on two generations, millennials and fresh out of college graduate Gen Zers. And I think this is accurate. And I've said this before. I think we see people kind of cheat the system more than ever now. What do we notice around the holidays, especially Thanksgiving and Christmas? So Thanksgiving's on a Thursday. You know, some people, I would say 15, 20 years ago, maybe you took a half day on Wednesday, or you took Wednesday off, or you had Black Friday off. And then all of a sudden, people started getting out of work and bolting at like 1 o'clock on Tuesday. Then all of a sudden, you had off Tuesday. Now I think we're at the point where people try to, if assuming they have the vacation in their time off allotment, they take off the whole week. And then Christmas and New Year's turns into like a 16-day vacation.
What's wrong with that?
Well, for guys like you that work, 12-hour days or whatever, I get it. But like the average 9 to 5er leaving the workplace like December 18th and then reemerging like January 3rd. I mean, if you have the days, more power to you. I just think it's a theme and a trend of Americans, and there's still plenty of hardworking Americans, don't get me wrong. But I think we live in a day and age now where people, and I'm a big believer in work smarter, not harder, but I think it's undeniable that the work ethic of Americans has slowly tapered off with each generation. Is that a fair assessment? Or am I being like baby boomer, get off my lawn guy, even though I'm not a baby boomer?
I think it depends on
Like college kids today. They get out of college and they're upset that they're not making $100,000 at 22. Right? Like we play you that clip of that. I get home at 6:30 and I have nothing. I have no time for myself, my friends, the gym. I have no time to get my nails done. I'm like, being an adult sucks sometimes. Right?
A lot of times.
Like it does. I remember my dad saying it vividly, and it's one of those stories where, like, your old man or your mom says, you're going to remember this when you get older and I'm long and gone. I remember both of my parents saying, enjoy your youth, enjoy your childhood, because when you become an adult, it all changes. And it just seems to me like now more than ever, we're trying to deny the fact that once you become an adult, yes, like reality hits you over the face. And I think a lot of these policies today from Democrats that are, with DEI and stuff like that, it's like, I remember my dad saying, hey, guess what? There's going to be a lot of unfair things that happen in your life. You might not get the job that you think you deserve, or you might not end up getting that scholarship, or you might not be able to get that day off that you asked your boss to have out for. So you can either accept it and be a grown-up about it, or you can pout and cry about it. I think we have too many pouters and criers in society.
Yeah, I agree with that. Going back to the, taking what's already a federal holiday and making it a longer holiday. I look at that as smart because you can add in a couple days there without having to check off days that you've used. Well, so you can turn a 5-day vacation or 6-day vacation, 7-day vacation, whatever it is, into 10, 12, 11 if you do it around the holiday. I think that's just smart planning.
Well, I've had to start planning smarter because I've realized that I don't use a ton of time off. And I noticed in the first year of this show that I barely took any holiday time between like Thanksgiving and Christmas. And then this time around, this past year for 2023, I was like, hey, by the way, what days are you and Dawn going to be off so I can plan my vacation? And I took a little bit more this time around. Yeah. So I'm starting to smarten up a little bit with that.
Well, no, but to be fair, when you started here, you were the new guy.
Oh,
so
of course. Right.
You wanted to be here as much as you can. Which
I hate taking off. I hate taking off in general.
I know.
I always feel like
Friday.
I always feel like I'm missing out. And I heard you had a great Elvis take on Friday.
Boy, Elvis fans are super sensitive.
Yeah, I heard a lot of people were in their feelings.
Oh my God, I was
crushed the king.
All of these hate tweets over the weekend about how I don't know music.
Well, no, so that's the thing. You know so much about it that I think you come off as a music elitist sometimes.
Oh, I'm 100% a music elitist. But yeah, no, I didn't realize that Elvis fans were as sensitive as Swifties are.
I was actually driving to the baptism. I heard you in real time crushing Elvis for dating minors and doing. Yeah, I never knew So he was so constipated he died on the throne. Is that true?
Allegedly.
Or are you embellishing?
Why are you revisiting
He
allegedly.
He took so many pills. He was so pilled up that he couldn't poop for like weeks.
You were calling him fat and obnoxious.
He was.
Uh-huh.
He was a shell of what he used to be. That's all I'm saying.
You lit the chat on fire, didn't you?
I did. And people wanted to.
Now he's lighting it again.
People wanted to hang me for my Elvis take.
Have you ever been to Graceland?
I would rather blow my head off than go to Graceland.
Very interesting, because I've never been, but obviously Graceland in Memphis, Tennessee. My father-in-law 2 years ago, once we got through the pandemic, and I told you he was dealing with diabetes and cancer, so he was very careful in 2021 and 2022 about who he was around because of his health. So they took a trip before they came down to Nashville. They went to Graceland, and he had the time of his life.
Yeah, no, I don't care. I think Elvis fans are weird, and
what is up with you?
Not people who are fans of his music, but I mean like the cult around Elvis. With all of these people who dress up like Elvis and they, have his bathwater.
Oh, so you don't like the Elvis impersonators?
Oh God. Mediocre talent in a time in the 50s when there was nothing going on.
Mediocre talent.
I'm just telling you, you want real 50s music, listen to like Chuck Berry and that stuff. Don't listen to Elvis.
Okay, so
Elvis sucks.
So now he's been labeled, he obviously had the nickname of the King. And he's labeled as the
Give it to him.
He's the GOAT, right? So you would argue he is the most undeserving GOAT of all time.
Why are you trying this on me?
I'm just trying to catch up to what I missed. This,
I gotta say,
this is why I hate being off of work.
I'm gonna say this too, which is very controversial. I'm a huge Led Zeppelin fan, but you know what? Led Zeppelin ripped off 90% of their music.
Okay.
They just took a bunch of old blues songs. So did the Rolling Stones, the first few albums. They're basically a blues cover band, and I'm fans of both of them.
Oh.
So I'm not saying anything. I just don't like Elvis. I think his music stinks, and I think his fans are weird.
At Greg Stocker on Twitter.
There you go.
You just wanted me to revisit this.
This just ties into the story of people being off of work and taking their time off, and I missed one of your greatest takes of all time.
Thank you.
Last Friday.
Well, the monitoring the future data and researchers blame the pandemic for the earlier issue that you were talking about.
Well, yeah, there's a lot of people, and I think it's probably less and less as we move on here, because eventually you have to find a way to make a living and, create some cash for your household or your family. There was a lot of people that just when they got sent home remotely to work, they just never went back.
Yep.
Right? I know we live in this day and age of everybody's got a podcast and everybody's got a YouTube channel. I think there's a lot of people, and I don't know how to quantify it, but there's a sizable amount of people that were like, you know what, I'm never going to work for anybody again. I'm going to try to be either a content creator or an influencer. I think that's mostly a lot of Gen Zers out there, but there's probably also a lot of people that were probably close to reaching the age of retirement or had a nice little nest egg put away, and whatever COVID didn't eat away financially at, if they had a decent amount left, they probably just said, you know what, this accelerated my retirement. I'm just not going to go back to work. Or I'm going to, maybe say, hey, boss, I'm going to partly retire. You can downgrade me to a part-time employee.
But then a lot of people decided, especially with Bidenomics now, they can't afford to retire.
Well, I know. That's the catch-22 is I want to work less and less and things cost more and more, What happens here? Now you're in a bind. 855-839-1210, the number. I'll save this Apple Android battle with the Department of Justice for a little bit. We'll come back. We'll get to our morning mystery movie clip, what's on the cut sheet part 2, and a lot more. And by the way, Elvis, not overrated. From somebody who's not a music snob and knows very little about Elvis. At Greg Stocker to send your hate tweets.
Thank you. Why did you have to bring this up again? I was content to just let it die on Friday.
I had to get my two cents in.
Okay.
Back after this, Kayal and Company. Stay right there.
I am Judith Krupnick, president of Cherry Hill Volvo. As the store's owner, I want our clients treated with respect. I want our employees to have extensive product knowledge and be genuinely engaged with our clients. Our pricing is competitive, but our client attention is second to none. When considering a new car, consider Cherry Hill Volvo. Contact me directly. Relationships really do matter to us.
There's nothing quite like local. Local is your weekly farmer's market or homemade strawberry ice cream. It's live music on the corner, yoga in the park, and a chance to try something new. That's why AARP is local, right here in our community, offering free events and enriching experiences that can help with finances, family, and fun. Join AARP Philadelphia and Longwood Gardens for a free virtual tour of the garden's history on April 23rd. Register at aarp.org/local.
There's only one place to get that perfect custom gift for your special someone. Cozy Jewelers' family-owned and operated showroom in Newtown Square. See their 5 C's in person. That's color, cut, clarity, carat, and of course, the cozy touch. If you have something unique in mind, Cozy will help you customize your piece with all work done in-house, so you always walk away with that unparalleled cozy quality. For your custom jewelry, stop by Cozy Jewelers in Newtown Square or online at cozyjewelers.com and step up to the 5th C.
Getting quality employees to fill positions in your company is essential, but finding those people can be a major hassle, unless you use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter makes finding quality people a breeze. And right now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. With ZipRecruiter, one click sends your job to hundreds of top job sites. But more than that, ZipRecruiter's advanced technology identifies the candidates with the skills you need, sends you a list of great matches to review, then actively invites them to apply for your job. And the results speak for themselves. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. That's right, the first day. Now you can focus on your business and let ZipRecruiter do the work finding the best people for you. See for yourself. Experience the ease, efficiency, and power of ZipRecruiter for free Just go to ziprecruiter.com/radio. That's ziprecruiter.com/radio. ziprecruiter.com/radio.
See Joe Conklin's comedy show at St. Luke's on Easton Road in Glenside on Saturday, April 27th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. joeconklin.com!
Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Lose 20 to 40 plus pounds guaranteed with NJ Diet. NJ Diet uses DNA and blood work to help you lose weight and keep it off. Tune into their radio show Sundays at 2 or visit njdiet.com.
Deanna got some really bad news from the IRS.
They said you owe quite a bit of money. They told me the possibilities of garnishing my wages, taking my house, taking my car.
Deanna found out about Optima Tax Relief. They've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima Tax saved my life.
Call Optima now for a free consultation. Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
For details, visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
If you're looking for that perfect piece of furniture, you have to check out Bucks County Estate Traders. They have the largest in-stock inventory in the region, and I mean largest, enough to fill a 58,000 square foot showroom. Quality, high-end furniture and accessories, modern, traditional, mid-century, all types of European styles, current pieces, as well as antiques. They'll arrange to ship anywhere, or you can pick up in-store. So visit them on Bethlehem Pike in Hatfield or at BucksCountyEstateTraders.com.
Hey, Joe DeCamera here. Stop chasing that rainbow. United Tire and Service has a pot of gold waiting for you. Now through April 2nd, all tires are on sale. Plus, get an extra savings of $80 on any Michelin tires and an instant $40 from United Tire. That's $120 in savings on all Michelin tires. You don't even need to wear green. So skip or drive into St. Patrick's Day savings at one of your 10 locally owned United Tire locations or go to UnitedTire.com. That's UnitedTire.com. Don't drive alone, drive United.
This is Bill Hoffman, president of Hoffman's Exterminating. We've been protecting Delaware Valley homes and businesses from pests for 34 years, all while supporting our local community. We also support those who protect us, our veterans. Robert Rutherford, our Director of People and Culture, served 10 years in the U.S. Marine Corps. We at Hoffman's have made a commitment to hire veterans. Our veterans are valued and the skills they learned in the military are transferable. Join the Hoffman's family and visit us at hoffmansexterminating.com.
Visit 1210WPHT.com/contests for your chance to win a family 4-pack of Fandango movie tickets to see Godzilla, Kong, The New Empire, and a gift pack that includes t-shirts and figurines. 1210WPHT.com/contests.
Jail. The prison band was there, they began to wail. The band was jumping and the joint began to swing. You should have heard this knocked out jailbird sing. Let it rock. Everybody let it rock.
Mustard.
Everybody in the whole cell block was dancing to the jailhouse rock.
Kayal Company.
Spider Murphy played his
Stalker's trolling the masses again.
Little Joe was blowing on the slide trombone.
He knows what he's doing, folks. He knows what he's doing. Nick Dawn and Greg. How can you hate this song? How can you hate this performance? How can you say it's overrated? Go into an old burger joint, sit down, have a shake, some fries, and a burger, fire up the jukebox, put the King on. No, let's rock.
Come on.
Come on, everybody. It's a Monday. It's April. A couple of weeks, it'll be beautiful out. All right, 855-839-1210 is how you jump in. What's on the cut sheet? Part 2 coming up in a couple of minutes. What's on tap for the Dawn Show? Who on Twitter today? And today in music history. It's all still on the way. But right now, from music to movies, it's time for the Morning Mystery Movie Clip.
And now, the Morning Mystery Movie Clip on Kayal and Company. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
It's known as the blade. It represents aggression and manhood. It's a symbol still used today in modern military uniform.
Yes, the more penises you have, the higher your rank, boys will be boys.
Now, as you would imagine, the female symbol is its exact opposite. This is called the chalice.
And the chalice resembles a cup or vessel, or more importantly, the shape of a woman's womb. No, the Grail has never been a cup. It is quite literally this ancient symbol of womanhood.
Think you know what it is? Be call at 12 at 855-839-1210, and you could win this great prize.
Oh, how about this for a prize? A digital movie download for The Iron Claw. From the studio that brought you Uncut Gems comes The Iron Claw, the unbelievable true story of the Von Erich brothers who built a wrestling dynasty, starring Zac Efron and Jeremy Allen White. Get The Iron Claw on Blu-ray and DVD now from A24 and Lionsgate Entertainment if you are caller 12 with the correct answer to 855-839-1210. WrestleMania coming up this weekend in Philadelphia. That's a throwback name from old school wrestling days, the Von Erich brothers.
Sure.
My God, that's got to be, 40 years or so?
I've heard really good things about this movie, by the way.
This is the first time I'm actually seeing this.
Yeah. I don't know how mainstream it's going to be because, the Von Erichs were very big in, Texas and stuff.
Back when wrestling was, regional.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Those feuds with the Freebirds and the
Fabulous Freebirds.
The Fabulous Freebirds and the Von Erichs.
Yep.
It's legendary. They sold out, Texas Stadium. But,
yep.
If you've never seen it's not behind the music,
Dark Side
of Wrestling on the
Vice channel
on the Von Erichs, it's amazing because what a tragic family with suicide and all that stuff. I think there's one of them left.
Yeah. Caller 12, 855-839-1210. All right, so this story, the last story of the day, I find to be very interesting because I don't think Democrats versus Republicans, Arabs versus Jews, dogs versus cats can hold a candle to the ongoing war between Android users and Apple users. I think this is the war to end all wars.
Yeah.
And it's gotten to a point now where the Justice Department has gotten involved. Some would say waste of time, waste of tax dollars, resources, so forth and so on. But I'll give you the backdrop to this story. When somebody, and this is just kind of a little bit of a setup here for CEO of Apple, Tim Cook. When somebody with an Android texts an iMessage user, or as we like to call him, an Apple user, iPhone user, the quality of photos and videos is shoddy. You can't do live location tracking. You can't react to text the same way. Those suspense building bouncing eclipses indicating someone is writing does not exist, and the conversation is less secure. To top it off, green bubbles lead to mockery. Some have dubbed this phenomenon as green bubble shaming because anytime you're against something, you're automatically accused of shaming somebody. And while it might seem frivolous, the bubble issue became more serious last week when it was cited by the Justice Department as an example of how Apple allegedly abuses its power. Now, I'm an Apple user myself, and I think it's the superior device. But I have no issue with U.S. authorities going after big tech because I think big tech is getting away with highway robbery in many facets of life. U.S. authorities are claiming that Apple deliberately makes texting on iMessage frustrating for the Android users in an effort to nudge people to buy iPhones. Apple has come out and denied this claim. The lawsuit cited internal Apple emails showing that top executives at the company knew that allowing for seamless texting to competing devices might make consumers turn away from iPhones. An unnamed senior vice president of software engineering at Apple wrote 10 years ago in an email talking about a lot of these features. Another Apple executive, according to the Justice Department, wrote that, quote, moving iMessage to Android will hurt us more than help us. And this has led to the Justice Department to allege that Apple affirmatively undermines the quality of rival smartphones. States to the suit, which adds that the popularity of iPhones has been fueled not just by the quality of the product, but because it has made communicating with other smartphones worse. So I think this has always been a fascinating conversation. And I think most people, there are very few people out there that still have like the old school Nokia flip phone or something like that. If you do, God bless you, because you don't have to deal with social media and apps and all the absurdity of today's smartphone. I actually envy you. I think when I retire, if I don't throw all of my devices in the ocean, I might just go back to an old school flip phone just so I can call people, and that's the only way you'll ever get a hold of me. But I have said for a long time, it's Android users that ruin it for the rest of us. You are in the wrong here. You are the minority of people.
Well,
more people have Apple users, I believe.
Well, let me look at. Tracy writes to us, Nick, and says Apple users are a cult.
No, they're not. They are not. We want simplicity in life, and we want other people to get aboard to make communicating easier. Everybody on this show, Anthony Dorenzo, Greg Stocker, Dawn Stensland, and myself, have Apple. And there's one man on this show, and he does a great job. I love him to death. And he's coming up in about 22 minutes with Today in Music History. He's a green boxer.
Yeah.
And he delays everything. He slows everything down. Can't send a link. Can't send a video. You send a picture.
Yep.
It takes forever to send.
Phil, would you like to defend yourself, my friend? Your mic's on if you would like to defend.
Yes, all of you are cultists, and I'm not going anywhere.
So Phil and I are going to have a rivalry all week for multiple reasons. One, he's a green boxer and I'm a blue boxer. Two, he's a UConn fan and I'm an Alabama fan.
Oh.
And they are playing Saturday night in the Final Four, and it's going to be ugly.
Yep.
So enjoy your Saturday night coming up, Phil.
By the way, Alabama plus 11.5.
It seems like a steal, doesn't it?
It does.
Seems like too many.
I did not say that they were going to win, by the way.
Yes, correct.
But I do think that they cover that spread.
Yeah. And I have waged these wars with my fantasy football group text where we have 14 guys in our league.
Mm-hmm.
3 of them have Androids, and they ruin it for everybody.
When I put together a group text, and I think I did with you guys, with you, Dawn, Rich, and Dom, right before Radiothon, and I looked at it and I was like, oh my God, it's all blue boxes.
All blue. Isn't that great?
It's amazing.
There's like a release of endorphins in your body when you see all blue boxes.
Well, then the last person that was a member of Kayal and Company, Daniel Valdez, he also had an Android.
Did he?
He did. So we've never, as a show, we've never had a complete Apple thread.
So we have diversity. DEI.
I'm looking here. Zioli is a blue boxer.
Yep.
Dom, let me see. Dom's a blue guy.
Yep.
So I believe all of let me see. Is Rooney? No, is Rooney a red or Rooney's a blue boxer?
Yep. Opelka's a blue boxer.
Opelka's a blue boxer. I don't have Pat's. I'm trying to think on down the list. We gotta find out what does Arnell have?
I have no idea.
What about Pat?
Pat's a blue boxer.
All right, Pat's a good guy.
Yep.
All right.
58% of Americans have iPhones. 42% have Android.
Told you.
58%.
It is a little cultish. I'm all down. I'm down with the iPhone because I agree with you, but it is a little cultish.
I don't think it's cultish. It's just,
there's no reason that people with a Samsung. My wife has a Samsung.
Yeah.
And she will never get an Apple just because she believes it's cultish, even though her boss is just like.
I just think it's a convenience thing. Just an easier system to use.
She disagrees. She thinks the Samsung's better.
And I've had them all. I mean, I've had Androids, and I've went back and forth. I've had 2 or 3 iPhones in a row where I've stayed with Apple. But I came from the old school BlackBerry world. If BlackBerry didn't go under, I never would have left BlackBerry. The old BlackBerry devices were amazing. So, all right, let's get to Greg. He is in Bluebell, and he's our winner this morning. Greg, what movie clip did we just play for you, sir?
That was the Da Vinci Code.
Yeah.
That is correct. Congratulations, Greg. You've got the Iron Claw digital movie download for the Von Erichs of wrestling, a great wrestling family.
All right. Thank you.
You are welcome, Greg, and we appreciate you listening and playing. All right, 855-839-1210 is how you climb in. Let's get to a Monday edition
No.
Let's get to a Monday edition of a commercial. And we're back after this here on Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
You know, after a big holiday weekend, Easter weekend, entertaining and cooking a lot, spending a lot of time in my kitchen, which, yes, is the heart of my home. If your kitchen or bath is outdated, you need Kitchen Magic. Kitchen Magic is local, family-owned and operated here in Pennsylvania since 1979. Just schedule your free in-home design consultation today and bring your new kitchen or bath back to life. Kitchen Magic is the full-service remodeler I trust to quickly, beautifully, affordably transform your kitchen or bath. And right now, Kitchen Magic is offering 12 months, no payments, no interest financing, plus 10% off your remodel. Just visit kitchenmagic.com. kitchenmagic.com. Tell Dawn sent you.
Some days I cover up because of my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis. Now I'm hitting the road with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi, Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy. With Skyrizi, 3 out of 4 people achieved 90% clearer skin at 4 months. And Skyrizi is just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions and an increased risk of infections or a lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check for infection and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms such as fever, sweats, chills, muscle aches, or cough, or if you plan to or recently received a vaccine.
Thanks to Skyrizi, there's nothing on my skin, and that means everything. Ask your doctor today about Skyrizi, the #1 dermatologist-prescribed biologic in psoriasis, and visit skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKY-RIZZI to learn more.
When it comes to financial wellness, we could talk forever. To help guide you, Joe Yakovich has written a book, The Heart of Your Money, where Joe talks about longevity, inflation, retirement surprises, and more. For your free copy, call the office of Joe Yakovich, JML Financial, at 856-751-1771, or email Joe at jyakovich@brokersifs.com, and listen to Joe on Talk Radio 1210 every Sunday at 9 a.m. For 40 years, Joe's different approach and non-cookie-cutter methods have helped pave the path to financial wellness and/or retirement. Get on board and get the free book. Call 856-751-1771. Call now, 856-751-1771. Joe Yakovich is registered with, and securities and investment advisory services are offered through Brokers International Financial Services, LLC. Member SIPC. Brokers International Financial Services, LLC is not an affiliated company.
Hi, everyone. Matt here from Emmons Roofing and Siding. There are a lot of companies out there that say they do roofing, siding, windows, and doors. Some good, some not so good. Be careful of those that say buy 2, get 2 free. Does that really make sense? Think about it. At Emmons, we don't offer gimmicks, just quality products installed by our experienced craftsmen. We do offer 12 months, same as cash financing, though. That's not a gimmick. That's because we know how tough it is for some people right now to get these projects done. If you need roofing, siding, or windows and doors, call us for a free estimate today at 856-885-6677 or visit us at callemmons.com.
Baseball is back, basketball is heating up, and the NFL Draft is right around the corner. Listen to the latest on the teams you love with the free Odyssey app. The biggest sports radio stations in the country, providing unrivaled local coverage of their teams, all in one place. Exclusive interviews with players, coaches, and team executives, streaming live and always available on demand. Stay in the know with your favorite teams with Odyssey. AUDACY. Download the free Odyssey app today.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
This story is called The Ugly Truth About Timeshare. If you think you've done your family a favor by buying a timeshare, you need my help. Hello, I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. 10 years ago, I started helping folks cancel their timeshare. And in the process, started what's now called the timeshare cancellation industry. The ugly truth is when you buy a timeshare, you can't tell me how much it's going to cost or when it's going to end. I recently helped a couple that had their maintenance fees go from $800 to $3,200 a year. They also received a $4,000 assessment for a hurricane that was over 1,000 miles away. Sound crazy? The crazy thing is, this never ends. Call my office now. If we take you as a client, I guarantee we'll cancel your timeshare or you'll pay nothing.
Call for your free information kit. Call 800-329-2121. That's 800-329-2121. 800-329-2121.
Although you try not to, most of us have used an ATM out of network. And at the end, you get that notice that it's going to cost you $4 extra.
Are you kidding me?
So you're paying money to get your own money. It makes you crazy. In retirement, you're going to want to use that 401k, but every time you dip into it, you have to pay taxes. Here we go again. You have to pay money to get your own money.
Oh, come on!
Jim Cipriotti and the Retire Ready Financial Group believes that every retirement plan needs a tax plan. Without it, you're using Uncle Sam's plan. And do you really think that's going to work in your favor?
Call Retire Ready Financial Group today at 610-894-7415. That's 610-894-7415 and schedule a complimentary retirement consultation. Or you can find them online at retirereadyfg.com. Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriati, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC, NPN number 2083768.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
It was a beautiful day. Sun beat down. I had the radio on. I was driving.
Kayal Company, 938, live on a Monday. It's Nick, Dawn, and Greg. Here on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT. What's on tap for the Dawn Show? Who won Twitter today in music history? It's all still on the way before we get out of here in about 17 minutes. But let's get to round number 2 of what we like to call What's on the Cut Sheet Part 2.
What's on the cut sheet?
Part 2. We spent a lot of time in the first portion of the program this morning discussing what is it called? The Trans Day of Visibility.
That's correct.
We've learned, too, that they have 172 days in a calendar year.
Half of the year.
That is dedicated to them. For such a small such a small minority, they certainly have a lot of days.
Yep.
Are those holidays? Do they get them off? Because
I don't think any of them are technically paid days off.
Let me ask you a question. If you're a member of this group, can you then say to your employer, well, this is this day, so I deserve off, and if you don't give me off, you're discriminating against me?
I wouldn't rule it out in 2024. I don't think it's far-fetched.
Rachel Levine.
Okay.
Spoke out yesterday.
Formerly known as Richard.
Richard Levine spoke out yesterday in saying, "Today of all days, I stand proud and visible with my fellow transgender Americans." This is cut. There's just nothing else to say about this. Cut 20, Phil. Go.
Today marks Transgender Day of Visibility. Each year on March 31st, we celebrate transgender Americans and all that they have accomplished. We honor the many contributions transgender Americans make in health, medicine, public service, and across our nation. At the Department of Health and Human Services, our mission is to improve the health and well-being of all Americans, including transgender Americans. From promoting access to high-quality care, to addressing health disparities, to developing policies that improve reproductive health care, to ensuring transgender youth have access to the 988 program counselors with professionals trained to work with them. Achieving health equity is our commitment, a commitment to all. On this Transgender Day of Visibility, we must continue to make focused and ongoing efforts to end inequities, eliminate the impacts of injustice, and improve access to care for everyone.
All right, there she is, Rachel, formerly known as Richard, Dick for short, however you want to slice it or dice it. I just don't understand why anybody, I don't understand why women or larger groups would need more than a day. I think a month is excessive. I don't think we need an entire month of women's history or this history or that history. And I certainly don't think we need 145 days of LGBTQ plus recognition days. I went through the calendar in the first hour. I mean, we're just making up days as we go along here.
It's true.
And look, at the end of the day, if you're not on board with it, don't acknowledge it. It's as simple as that. Nobody's saying you have to acknowledge it. It's like, today's National French Fry Day or tomorrow's Orange Julius Day and every other day under the sun. We're just watering down everything.
By the way, I'm making this plea right now. Well, not plea, but if you want to see, Nick, do you want to see two rival monkey gangs?
Say this again?
Rival monkey gangs.
This is cool.
Yeah.
There's two rival monkey gangs that went at it in Thailand.
Ooh.
If you want to see this, go over to YouTube, youtube.com/@1210WPHT, youtube.com/@1210WPHT. Nick can do the play-by-play.
Now,
if
are
you
these
can't get
these
to the
trans
videos.
monkeys?
No, these are just rival monkey gangs.
Are they ill-tempered?
This is something you're going to want to see.
Okay.
I'm going to play Joy Reid first, and then I'm going to play two rival monkey gangs. She had a bizarre rant last night on TikTok about DEI, and I'm kind of worried about her mental health.
Yeah.
She comes on with some sort of hairnet on.
Oh, she took her Trump wig off.
She must not have the blonde wig on today, but she has a hairnet on, and she went on about DEI and just saying, "We all know what you mean." She sounds very angry in this.
So this is a continuation of her interview with the mayor of Baltimore.
By the way, I will get to the rival monkey gangs after this, so head on over to YouTube if you want to see it. But this is cut 10. Philip, go.
Y'all think we don't know what you mean when you say DEI? We know what you mean. We know what you mean.
What the hell is wrong with her?
A little sinister laugh.
We know what you mean.
A whisper. Shades of the Biden administration.
Wow. Is she okay?
No, she's not okay.
I mean, I don't know what her mental state is, but it clearly didn't seem to me like it was.
She spends every night of her show raging about race or Donald Trump, so I can't imagine her mental health current state is doing well. But it's the same thing with the mayor. It's like nobody is trying to say that this is the N-word. DEI, as advertised by the left, stands for diversity, equity, and inclusion. And I think anybody that believes in merit sits there and says, no, DEI didn't earn it because you didn't get the job based on you being the best person for the job. You got the position in part because of a quota and being selected based on your identity.
Yep.
I'm telling you, man, blind resumes is the way to go. We should live in a world where all resumes, I don't even want to know the gender of the person. Just give me the accolades, the awards, the resume, the merit, the references, the college degree, what type of honors you've accumulated in your said profession. I don't want to know name, gender, sexual orientation, anything.
All right, for everybody tuning in right now to see the rival monkey gangs, Philip, if you could bring up the video now, please. This is rival monkey gangs taking over the Thai tourist town, forcing police officers to arm themselves with slingshots and tranquilizer guns.
There's like 100 of them.
Yep, and look, they're going after one another.
I know.
Look at this. Can you imagine?
No.
They're
looks
very
like
cute.
They look
not.
like
they're sinister animals. I have no interest in monkeys. My wife wants a monkey, by the way.
Oh no!
No.
Why she marry you?
Yes.
Sorry.
If you had one for 20 years, honey, I just don't throw my poop at the wall.
It looks like honestly, it looks like a swarm of like locusts or something like that. That's how many monkeys there are.
Well, look at the traffic being obstructed. This is like a protest in a big city for like a pro-Hamas protest, totally thwarting traffic.
Now, reportedly, because I looked this up when you had said last week that you might be putting, showing this on the YouTube. So I looked this up, and it used to be in this particular city in Thailand, it was a tourist attraction. And so all these tourists would go to see the cute little monkeys.
Yeah.
But what happened was, amid COVID, there were no tourists to feed them. So now they're hungry monkeys. And they're angry monkeys. They used to be like sweet because you had all these tourists flocking to see a cute little monkey. Here's some cute little monkey. And they gave them all the food. And then they don't have any more tourists.
Right.
And so now they're angry. They're hangry. Is that what you call them?
Hangry.
Monkeys.
My daughter Mia gets hangry.
Yeah. So there you go.
COVID.
I got to say this. All these people want to travel the world and go to this.
No.
I am happy right here in the United States of America. I don't need to go. I don't need to go anywhere else. I don't need to go to Thailand. I don't need to go any of these places.
Any wonder too? We have all these diseases going around society. You think these monkeys are cute? No, they're infected with all God knows what.
Yeah,
we gotta just wipe these animals out. Take the deer out too. I'm done with deer.
Yeah.
Amen.
I am happy here in the United States of America. Screw the rest of the world. I don't need to go anywhere.
You think these monkeys spent the time during the pandemic on TikTok as well?
I don't know.
No, they're starving.
Everybody's like, oh, you need to go to Paris, France. France.
I love Paris.
Bunch of cowards.
I love Italy better.
Al Bundy said it, and he said it best. It is wrong to be French.
Yeah. It is wrong to be French. These people, we had to bail them out of World War II. Disgraceful human beings. We surrender! We surrender! We surrender! Bunch of cowards. The United States of America had to come in and bail them out.
Man, the French are lovers. They're not fighters.
Oh, God. They were taken over quicker than Stormy Daniels.
All right, so poll question. Who does Greg dislike more, Elvis or the French?
Oh, I hate the French. It's definitely the French. It's definitely the French. I despise the French.
Your list of despise is really starting to grow.
Switzerland, another. We are neutral. We are neutral in World War II. Pick a side, you dopes.
He despises the French. He despises monkeys. He despises social media. We got to create the Greg Stocker despise list.
Yeah.
We just keep adding things to the list.
By the way, we're way over, so why don't we just get to what's coming up on the Dawn Show in this day in music history and end the show?
All right, yeah. And end the show for the day or just end the show permanently?
And maybe end the show permanently.
All right, Dawn, what do we got lined up 11 minutes out?
We have a major measles outbreak, Pennsylvania named in that one. We'll talk about that. Why Pennsylvania lawmakers are trying to grant amnesty to all those bars and restaurateurs still being punished for after all the COVID lockdown junk that was happening. We'll talk about all of that and all the developing news of the day locally, nationally. Kathy Barnett is coming up 10:30, checking in this morning. And then we'll talk energy policy in Pennsylvania, why our energy bills are among the highest in the nation. We'll have a great Commonwealth Foundation interview on that one. And then your brain health with Lee Richardson coming up at 11:30. We'll talk about your brain health and what a fishing licenses or lack thereof in Pennsylvania have to do with your brain health. And why you may get a break and a free fishing license. We'll talk about all that coming up.
Your brain.
By the way, as somebody who needs to go to a lake and fish to kind of decompress, peaceful. It is so good for your mental health.
That's your favorite thing to do to decompress?
My favorite thing to do to decompress. Yes.
Okay, very cool.
I subscribe to what Dawn has coming up in 10 minutes.
I'm having flashbacks to the old campaign in the 90s. This is your brain. This is your brain on drugs.
Exactly.
It cracks the egg in the skillet.
Yep.
All right. Let's get to today in music history.
What happened on this day in music history? Music history on Kayal and Company.
Today, April 1st, good morning. We celebrate the birthdays of Jeff Porcaro of Toto, Ronnie Lane of the Small Faces, and Rudolph Eiley of the Eiley Brothers. We also lost Paul Atkinson from the Zombies on this day in 2004, and Marvin Gaye on this day in 84. Remember that day vividly. Albums include Bruce Hornsby's debut, The Way It Is, from 86, Rush's 2112 from 76, and Journey's debut in 75. Also, the Bangles hit #1 with Eternal Flame on this day in 89. David Lee Roth left Van Halen to begin his solo career in 85, and Kirk Hammett was asked to audition for Metallica on this day in 83. And lastly, due to Greg's Elvis rant on Friday, I'm making this Elvis week here.
What?
With facts every day, including on this day in 56. Elvis had a screen test at Paramount Studios, effectively beginning his movie career. For Kayal and Company,
wow.
I'm Phil Lomquist.
Ah, nice work,
I'm
Phil.
being overrun here.
Is it overrun or ran?
It's overrun.
I just had to check.
Yeah, okay.
Well, Phil's in a very good mood today. We'll see if he feels that way next Monday when Alabama beats UConn.
By the way, Ann on the YouTube chat says Greg is a very angry American. Yes, I am.
We like it. We like
too.
it. All right, let's get to who won Twitter today.
Who won Twitter?
Our buddy Irk wins Twitter. He says that whisper from Joy Reid was so terrifying. I'm going to check under my bed and in my closet to make sure Joy Reid isn't in there.
Oh my God,
she did sound like something that might be hiding in your closet.
Could you imagine that? Pop open your closet door and out pops Joy Reid.
No!
We know what you mean. We know what y'all mean. We do. Read out. All right, that'll do it for us here on this Monday morning. Stay tuned. The Dawn Show is coming up next. Everybody have a great rest of your Monday, and we will do this again tomorrow morning at 6 a.m. As our favorite senator from Pennsylvania, John Fetterman, would say.
Good night, everybody.
Renowned physicist Sir Isaac Newton's third law of physics states that for every action there